Well, the Phillies have tried everything in the first 3 games of this series against the New York Mets to quiet their fans and also win a ball game. Tonight, they'll try something totally different. It's Game 4 between the Phils and the New York Mets from Citizens Bank Park. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Matt Stairs. Greg Murphy will join us in just a little bit. It's an absolutely gorgeous night for baseball. There's a breeze coming in from center field, and the Phillies hope that that breeze does not deter them from getting some runs against Jonathan Nice, who has been really good against the Phils over the last couple of years.
Well, he has been very good over the last couple of years. Very hard guy to figure out. 5-pitch pitcher. When he doesn't have his cutter working, he has all the other pitches working. This game here, he had a very good two-seam fastball. A lot of balls would start middle of the plate, go to the outside corner, and a ton of ground balls. When he's spotting his cutter, he's very good as well. The pitch that impressed me was this slider. It was a real hard slider in between a curveball and a slider. Had late break with 2 strikes and get a lot of awkward swings. And that's the reason why the Phillies need to get the ball up. And you can see right here over his last 7 starts, 5-0. The team is 7-0 with a 1.61 ERA. Opponents are hitting .226, so he's not living much in the plate. He's hitting the corners, and he's making these hitters swing at his pitch instead of the hitters swing at their own pitch.
Well, and he is 2-0 this year against the Phils. Meanwhile, Aaron Harang, the starter for the Phillies, is winless against the Mets, despite the fact he's pitched some of his best games against New York. All right, one of the bright spots during the month of August, and there have been a handful of them for the Phillies, has been the work of Andres Blanco. In all honesty, you can throw it to the first part of the season. He's been a bright spots.
Well, I had a long talk with him today, and he said he is absolutely loving the game. I said, "Are you tired?" He goes, "No, being tired is all mental." He said he just enjoys going out. He likes being the leader in the locker, on the field. He's a guy that absolutely loves when the players come over and talk to him and ask for his advice. Oh, and by the way, he's a doubles machine. He's got 16 doubles on the year. I asked him, "What's your approach when you're hitting?" He goes, "Well, I look for a strike and I swing." I said, "So are you looking for a fastball?" He goes, "No." I said, "Change up, curveball?" He goes, "No, I'm looking just for a strike. If I see a strike, I'm going to swing as hard as I can, and hopefully I hit the ball hard somewhere." But very important guy to have that leadership in the locker room, on the field. You know, a lot of guys can talk in the locker room, but when he goes on the field, he goes by leadership on the field as well. So he's a great guy, very important guy to have with the Latinos and the other players as well.
Well, it's interesting you talk about leadership on the field. We've watched him go from player to player and voice his opinion about a particular play or a particular situation. So tonight is Game 4. It will be Jonathan Nice, his 25th start for the Mets. Aaron Harang will be making his 23rd for the Philadelphia Phillies. Well, there have been a couple of bats that have been red hot in this series for the Mets. One of them is Cespedes. I mean, the guy's got tremendous power. The other one is Michael Kadire. Now, he's not starting tonight, but as we saw in Game 2, that doesn't always matter. Lineups at first pitch for the Mets and the Phils coming up next. Phillies baseball.
Yeah, this is the first one that taught me that. Yeah, so every time I get a new bat, the first thing I do is I wait and see how loud that ping is that I get.
When
the mound for the Phils, trying to end this losing streak, not only to start the homestand, but also against the Mets overall. Let's take a look at the Mets starting lineup for tonight. It's brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Phils. Granderson, Cespedes, and Murphy, followed by David Wright, Kelly Johnson, Travis d'Arnaud, Michael Conforto. The left fielder bats seventh, Ruben Tejada eighth, and batting ninth is Nice. And they will indeed face Aaron Harang, who comes in with a record of 5-14. First pitch of the night. Inside, we're underway. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
As you checked out the scouting report, 5-pitch pitcher, average velocity 89.4, and he's averaging 16.2 pitches per inning. So hopefully he gets that down, and hopefully he keeps not rushing too much on the mound like he did last start.
That's on the outside corner, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. And you saw his numbers against the Mets. He's also played for the Mets. 6-7 with an ERA of under 4. In 2015, his earned run average is 2.08 against New York, but he is winless in 2 starts. And he's facing guys in this lineup that have seen him a ton. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Granderson. Ball is hit off the end of the bat, shallow right field. Francoeur comes in. And 1 away. Time now for our Nissan keys to tonight's ball.
Well, for me, it's been a tough 3 games, so I'm going to let Murph do the Nissan keys to the game. Go ahead, Murph.
First of all, let me just say I'm honored to get to do the Nissan keys to the game. Thank you, Matt, for entrusting me with your keys. So I went with this. All righty then. Pete Mackanin going with a very heavy right-handed lineup against the left-hander Jonathan Nice tonight. And the last time the Phils won a ball game down in Miami, it was a very similar right-handed lineup. So we'll go with the right-handers. And how about take back the park? It has felt very much like Citi Field here over the last couple of days with the Mets winning all these ball games. So hopefully the Phils can jump out, get an early lead, get our crowd into it, and take back the park for tonight. They're my keys to the game.
I don't know. I don't think you said the first one the right way. You told Matt that he had to say it a certain way, and then you didn't say it the same way.
All righty then.
All right,
How's
that's
that?
better.
Yeah, it's my Jim Carrey impersonation. Not a very good one, by the way.
1 ball, 1 strike to Cespedes. Cespedes foul tips that one. It's 1-2. Cespedes 3-11 in the National League this year. 7 home runs, 21 runs batted in. He is 5 for 15 in this series. A couple long home runs. Outside and low, 2-2. Harang at his last outing went 7 innings, allowed 2 hits and 2 earned runs. He walked 4 though in that game. A high fly ball down the left field line. Aaron Altair comes in. And there are 2 outs. Winds whip it in pretty good from left center field.
It is, and that's a very good location for a pitch, because as a hitter, there's either 2 things you can do. 1, you can snap hook it foul, or 2, try to fight through the swing and trying to keep it fair, and that's why you get a lot of weak fly balls, because you're trying to keep the ball fair. So good pitch versus him, and Granderson, very good pitch as well.
Here's Daniel Murphy, who's 4 for 14 in this series. Way out front of an off-speed pitch. It's 0-1. He's having a decent year. 29 doubles and 10 home runs.
Good pitch.
Yeah, that's a pitch that Harang's going to need. He didn't get it on the first pitch of the night. That one was a little better, though. Alfonso Marquez, the veteran, is behind home plate. So we'll get a chance to see all 4 of these umpires in this series call balls and strikes. That's way up there for Cesar Hernandez. He'll camp out under it. 1-2-3 inning. Nice start for Aaron Harang. 13 pitches, 3 balls in the air. We'll go to the bottom of the first. Mets nothing. Phillies coming up. Bank Park. Let's take a quick glance at the Phillies lineup, brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment providers of the Phils. Hernandez, Blanco, and Herrera, followed by Francoeur, Altair, and Ruff. Bottom third of Ruiz, Galvis, and Aaron Harang. Facing left-hander Jonathan Neese, the 28-year-old. And Cesar bunts and bunts it foul. It's 0-1. Jonathan Neese, 25th start. He's 1 game under 500, which is what Bartolo Colon was before last night's game. 156 hits. He allows a lot of hits. They just don't seem to come against the Phils. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, we definitely need to try to figure him out. As you see the scouting report, he's a 5-pitch pitcher as well, just like Aaron Harang. Average velocity 88.9 miles an hour. You can see 10-6 with a 2.77 ERA versus the Phillies.
Inside and a little high, 2-2. It's 2-0 this year against the Phils. Has only allowed 1 earned run in 13 1/3 innings this year against the Phillies. Cesar was off last night as he takes a called strike 3. He's now 1 for his last 22. First strikeout and number 100 on the year for Jonathan Neese.
Well, it's all set up by the pitches before. Fastball's in. All of a sudden now he goes and dots a corner low and away. No, it wasn't down.
That's what he just said to Jeff Francoeur. Andres Blanco. Blanco's 4 for 11 in this series. See his numbers against lefties. They've been excellent. Breaks his bat up the third base line. Right charges. He's had a little trouble defensively in his rehab and in his first couple of games here in the big leagues, but he takes care of Blanco for out number 2. So we'll save the Andres Blanco stories, Matt, for the next time he's up.
Sounds good. This is a nice player right here coming in. Short hop. David Wright, you said he's been struggling a little bit defensively, but makes a very nice player right there. Well, I think he kind of answered one of our stories we were going to talk about. He doesn't look for fastball, curveball change. He looks for a strike.
Could be early, could be late.
Swing early, swing often.
Odubel Herrera hitting .292 this year. 6 homers and 34 runs batted in. Hitting .341 in the month of August. Takes down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. He has 3 hits in this series and 12 official at-bats, but he's also struck out 5 times. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Sandra Amy of Sellersville. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, then Sandra will win $200. Well, Alfonso looks like he's going to have a fairly broad strike zone, at least to start this game.
He's always been known as a pitcher's umpire.
2 balls, 1 strike to Odubel. And 3-1. Jeff Francoeur lurking in the on-deck circle. Awfully close pitch. Odubel draws a walk, a 2-out walk. He was pretty confident it was a walk. Today's ball game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television and change the language through the menu on your cable box. To your right is Bill. To your left is Angel.
He said he was playing right field today.
Angel did?
Yep.
That would mean there's two guys out there?
No, I'm saying, but no, Frenchie's playing right field.
Oh. Oh, you.
I'm repeating what he's saying.
I thought you were saying that Angel told you today, Matt, I'm going to play right field.
The only thing Angel and I always talk about is, hey, Primo. Like, what's up, my cousin?
No balls and 2 strikes to Francoeur, who is indeed playing right field tonight. Outside, 1-2. Tomorrow is the Goya Latino Family Celebration night here at the ballpark, so we will be listening in to Bill and Angel. And Will. So Will up top. Inside, 2-2. Three and 2. Aaron Altair is on deck, batting in the number 5 spot. O'Doul will be off and running on this pitch. Chopper toward third. Big hop for David Wright. So he throws out his buddy Jeff Francoeur. Thought he's retired. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left. They played 1. On to the second, Phils and the Mets. Workers, Local 98 Phillies Fathead. 13 by 26 inch removable wall graphic featuring Phillies logos and third baseman Mikel Franco. Tickets can be purchased for all 3 games at Phillies.com. David Wright swings at the first pitch. That's out of play down the right field line. And it's 0-1. Wright hitting .310 this year. Limited at bats. 5 for 17 against the Phils, including 2 hits in this series. That's toward the hole. Make it 3 hits. Leadoff single. Kelly Johnson's coming up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Well, as we talked about a little bit, to say that it has been a tough road against the Mets this season for the Phillies is really an understatement. They're trying to avoid a 4-game sweep at the hand of the Mets for the first time since 2002. He can do that with a win tonight. Take a look at some of the numbers. They've lost 8 straight to New York, 12 of the last 13, 22 of the last 27 games, and they've also lost 8 straight series to the New York Mets. The Mets are 11-1 versus the Phils so far this year. So the numbers certainly are not good for the Phils versus the Mets, but they can certainly start turning things around. They're going to go up to New York next week, win one tonight, and get back up to New York and try to take it to them in their home park. But that's what they'll attempt to do starting tonight.
Yeah, they faced the Mets these different times of the year, and each time those series have had a very different personality. This has just been a buzzsaw.
Yeah.
And it's been that way on this in the last 6 games for the Mets. I mean, they're hitting .347 with 64 runs scored, averaging just over 10 runs per game.
10 runs per game is going to win you a lot of ball games.
It sure is. Even when your starter, at least in this series, were knocked out before the 6th inning in first 2 games. 1 ball and 1 strike to Kelly Johnson. 2 for 4 in the series so far, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. How about in the second half of the season? All right, let's compare the first half to the second half for the Mets. First half they hit .233 with 75 home runs and 222 extra bases. That was in 89 games. That's fouled away. Second half in 37 games they're hitting .262. They already have 54 home runs and 144 extra bases. They are going to obliterate their first half numbers in a shorter period of time at this rate.
Well, they definitely got on the right cylinders at the right time as a hitting team because their pitching has been struggling. Yeah, really, I mean, you look at it, their pitching, the first half was dominating. It really was. Over the last 6 games, they're allowing a little over 5 runs per game. But who cares when your offense is scoring 10 plus? The offense will cool off once in a while. It'll cool off soon.
Sure it will.
You would think, or what you would hope. I guess depends on who you talk to. But they are having very good at-bats, though. They're not striking out a lot. And the key is that when they're getting pitches to hit, they're not missing them.
Kevin Long, their first-year hitting coach. 3 balls, 2 strikes, right at first. Check swing. It's ball 4. And that'll put runners on first and second. So a single and a walk to start this inning. And here comes Travis d'Arnaud. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, yes, Albert Pujols drove in a run, but Shoemaker was the story. He allowed 1 hit through 8 innings for the LA Angels, and they wound up winning that 2-0. What would you say, Matt? He had about 25 people there watching him?
Yeah, easily.
He grew up not far from Detroit. Travis d'Arnaud is 5 for 8 with a home run in this series. Outside 1-0. Here's the wild card standings. Yankees and the Twins and the Rangers are neck and neck, but you can also say that the Angels' neck is in there too, and the Orioles, and the Rays aren't too far off either. I think you call that a logjam, Matt.
Yeah.
Inside, 2-1. All right, so he's fallen behind the last couple of hitters. He didn't fall behind David Wright, but he fell behind Johnson, wound up walking him. And now he's behind Travis d'Arnaud, 2-1.
Trying to watch when Aaron throws a two-seamer. Seems like he gets underneath it just a little bit. That's why he's missing so much versus the left-handers and well inside to right-handers.
Got a play to the right side into the Hall of Fame club. It remains 2-2. Went right into the gut of the gentleman with his leg up in the tan shorts, right into his gut. Tighten your core. Three balls, 2 strikes. Now, at his last outing, Aaron went 7 innings. He pitched very well. He only allowed the 2 hits, but he also walked 4 guys in that inning or that game. Well, that's a good pitch. He had him out front and reaching. Blanco down the line, but he makes the catch in foul territory.
Well, it's a great pitch because it's an 83-mile-an-hour little slider. You gear up for a fastball. By the time you recognize it's a off-speed pitch, swing already starts. Nothing you can do.
1 out, and the rookie Michael Conforto, who was 3 for 9 in this series, with a couple doubles and an RBI. That looked like it was a pretty good two-seamer there. It kind of came back the right way. Oh, and 1. One ball and 1 strike. Boy, he throws so many different pitches. And you mentioned it, you're right, before the ball game, both of these guys throw so many different pitches. Would you say 5 and 5?
5 and 5.
Over to first base. Darren Ruff's got it. He's going to look to second and get the out. 3 unassisted. Runners on second and third. And Ruben Tejada's coming up.
That's a good decision right there. As a first baseman, when you get a ground ball back behind first base, the runner going from first to second is right in your path of throw, because he's going to be on the right-hand side. So as you can see, Darren makes the play right here going to his left. He wants to turn to spin and throw to second, but as soon as you turn to spin, the first thing you're going to pick up is you're going to pick up numbers. That's why you go get the out at first base, because the last thing you want to do is throw to second base and either one, try to guide and throw around him. Next thing you know, you're hitting the left fielder, or you're going to hit him right square in the back.
All right, let me ask you how you want to face Tejada here. The series has not gone well for the Phils. The Mets have cashed in a lot of these opportunities. You got the pitcher on deck.
I think you got to be careful. A lot of people are going to think probably not go after him.
I would normally agree with that. I would normally agree with that. Wouldn't you too?
Depends. In a series like this,
that's what I'm saying.
If he throws another ball, I'm putting him on.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The way the series has gone. Well, he threw it basically in the same spot.
But then again, the way the series has gone, you put him on.
Nice is going to hit a bomb.
Nice is going to hit something.
Yeah, well.
So pick your poison, I guess.
Two sides to every story. Outside, 2-1. So 22 pitches this inning after 13 in the first inning. Well, they're trying to keep it away. Tejada wasn't content letting that one go by. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Every single pitch they've thrown so far, the 5 pitches have been away. Aaron, from the first month of the season, would throw a front door cutter right here. He started at his hip, freeze him looking inside. But he hasn't been throwing the cutter a whole lot anymore.
Yeah, first 11 starts, he had an ERA of 2.02. Last 11, his earned run average is 7.74. A little difference in the command that's led to those high numbers. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Tejada.
Chute said something, and Moran goes, okay.
It is how he is. Tejada stays alive. It remains 3-2. Ball 4. Second walk of the inning. That loads the bases up now for Jonathan Nice. Nice is 8 for 44 on the year. Hitting 182. David Wright is over at third base. At second base is Kelly Johnson. And around at first is Ruben Tejada. Pitch inning right now. He is peppering basically the same section over the Mets on deck circle. That's the second foul ball that went right into that area. Harangues ahead 1-2. There's a liner out towards center, and Odubel is there. Side is retired. No runs. 1 hit, 2 walks, and the Mets leave alone. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Mets nothing and the Phillies nothing. Brooks and Baker, plus a look at the Eagles' prospective offensive line on Breakfast on Broad. Presented by Virtua Joint Replacement Institute, weekday mornings from 6 until 8 over on the Comcast Network. Mark Zumoff will join the crew a little after 7 tomorrow to talk about the passing of Darryl Dawkins, who passed away today at the age of 58. For those of us who are in our mid-40s and grew up in New Jersey or in the Philadelphia area, he was a big part of our childhood. Chocolate Thunder. So much a character as he was a basketball player. Here's Aaron Altair, and Altair takes a strike. It's 0-1. Altair 0 for 2 in this series so far. Hitting .222. Chopper foul past John Miserock. And it's 0-2. Altair in the minor leagues combined to hit .293 with 14 home runs. His OPS down in the minor leagues was .854. Not too shabby. Off the hands down the right field line. That's a fair ball. That's going to be at least 2. Granderson slowly gets to it, and Altair will stop at second with the first hit of the night for the Phils. And his third double. So he has 5 extra base hits.
Fastball away. Like a cutter inside. Supposed to go back door, but hey, nice job of getting the barrel through the zone and making contact.
There's Darren Ruff, who is hitless in 3 at-bats as a pinch hitter in this series. First opportunity to start. Pulls that one just foul, and it's 0-1. Darren Ruff has 11 previous at-bats against Jonathan Neese. 2 for 11 against him. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Went with a slow curve. Second strikeout of the night for Nice. And with one away, Carlos Ruiz is coming up with a runner at second base. Well, it's time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. Please submit your answer on the subject line. Matt, the question is, who was the last Met first baseman before Lucas Duda in 2014 to hit 30 home runs in one season?
Good eye, Carlos.
Carlos takes low and in. 1 ball, no strikes. I don't know if Darno was crossed up on that or not. Carlos has hit in 4 straight. He's 5 for 14 during that stretch. Over slowly toward third, charging his right, looks all tear back. Couple of outs, quick outs after the double. And that'll bring Freddie Galvis up. Galvis has 4 hits, including a home run in this series. Down toward the number 8 spot. He had been batting second for one reason or another. The 2-hole has not been hospitable for Freddie Galvis.
That was a solid shot to the head. My Lord.
No balls and 2 strikes. That foul ball slipped past the net and into the Diamond Club. Players obviously concerned as they peek over.
They have to do something, Tom. I've been preaching about it all year, but the net's going around.
Yeah.
He's hit her right in the forehead.
Well, the Phillies personnel quickly down there to tend to her. No balls and 2 strikes to Galvis, and he fouls it back to the screen. Time is called by Galvis. Inside and low, 1-2. Round of applause you heard is for the young lady who is heading up the stairs. She's on her feet. That's a good sign. Another meeting out on the mound. Matt, I think there will be changes, and they'll probably be sooner rather than later.
I hope so. There has to be.
You know, every stadium is different. The construction of the stadiums are different. So if you're going to keep it uniform, that's probably an issue right now. But I would think they're working through that in the dirt. 2-2. Heck, nowadays those nets are. I mean, you can look through them and it's not even bothersome. We were down there in that first row during the game, and
you don't even notice it after a while.
You don't. Just a bit outside, 3-2. Aaron Harang is on deck.
And apparently the people behind home plate did not have an issue for it to look to the net.
Over towards shortstop. Tejada's up with it. And Freddie Galvis is thrown out. So side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left in scoring position. The 10th commissioner of Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred, has been in here in Philadelphia today, and he is going to join us when we come back in the top of the 3rd. Philadelphia as the Phils and the Mets go to the top of the 3rd inning. Curtis Granderson will lead it off against Aaron Harang. The first pitch is outside. And joining us in the booth, as we mentioned, is Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred. Rob, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
Glad to be here, Tom. Really happy to be in Philadelphia, actually.
Well, it's nice to have you. I know you've been making sort of the tour around all of the 30 Major League cities. So this is stop number 30 for you.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic. It is close to New York. I'm aware of that. And, you know, for years, some of my best friends in the game have worked at the Phillies, and just a scheduling thing turned out you guys are number 30.
It turned out well done.
Well, you get to enjoy a nice night at the ballpark as Granderson has the count 2 balls and 1 strike. And it's fouled down the right field side, so it's 2-2. Well, 8 months as the commissioner of baseball. I know you said today at a town hall meeting that you never envisioned you'd be the commissioner of Major League Baseball when this all started.
That's actually true. Even when I left the law firm having represented baseball to go to work for Major League Baseball, I really wasn't thinking about being commissioner. I was trying to figure out if I could make a labor agreement without having a strike, and that was a full-time job, so I wasn't looking beyond that.
Out towards second base, Freddie Galvis making sure he sees it, and he does, and there's 1 away. But has this been a whirlwind these 8 months? I mean, do you feel like you've accomplished some of the things that you wanted to do in the first year?
Well, I feel like we've gotten a good start on things that are really important to me. At the top of the list is the idea of trying to build youth participation in the game. I'm really pleased with our Play Ball initiative. I was down in Baltimore yesterday for a Play Ball event that the mayor hosted. We're having 125 mayors around the country are hosting Play Ball events for us during the month of August, and I feel like it's an important start on a long-term project.
When you talked about the involvement of USA Baseball and how important it is to have them involved, and of course Little League Baseball, because I mean, what we're seeing in Williamsport these last few years is incredible.
Really exciting.
But it's important to have USA Baseball involved in that too.
I agree. I think that you know, our approach to this topic is there's a lot of groups out there that do good work. You mentioned Little League. You mentioned USA Baseball. What we want to do is just try to get our really good partners in the youth space a little more coherent in terms of the organization. And hopefully we can be a little more effective in what's a very competitive environment. You know, kids have lots of choices, and baseball, broadly defined, has to put its best foot forward to get good kids playing the game.
And it's all walks of life too. We're not just targeting one demographic. It's all walks of life.
Yeah, our approach has been umbrella. You know, black, white, rich, poor. You know, male, female is a huge issue for us. A lot of girls play softball, and they grow up to be fans, and they grow up to be in families where they make decisions about how the entertainment dollar is going to be spent, and it's a really important area for us.
Daniel Murphy, the batter. The count 2 balls and 1 strike to Daniel.
All right, so I know this is your 30th place you visit, and I know you probably haven't heard this question before, but are you happy with the instant replay so far this year? And 2, do we see any changes in the future for Rule 7.13, the collision or the play at home plate?
All right, let me take them one at a time. I am pleased with instant replay. I think the fundamentals are we want to get more calls right. I think we do that. I think the challenge with instant replay is to make sure that we get the best technology out there to make the replays as fast as possible so that we don't slow the game down, and we're constantly working on that.
That's good.
And you talked about the home plate collision. You said earlier today we haven't had a major injury since the Rule 7.13 was implemented.
Yeah, I guess the way I think about the collision rule is this. Our goal was to promote player safety. We've done a really good job on that goal. Now, like with most things in life, there's been a price. I think the price with respect to 7.13 is confusion about the rule.
I
think it was worse a year ago than it is now. And I think it's going to be a better rule a year from now than it is now. And we're going to continue to work on this one. And I think where we eventually get is a nice, clear rule that you have to slide. I really do think that's where it lands. But like with many things where you have to collectively bargain, in this case with the Players Association, sometimes it takes a little time to get there, and we're going to continue to work on it.
Does it help that Tony played the game, Tony Clark?
Oh, yeah. Look, if I could have one thing, not just because it would have been a great opportunity, but the experience of playing is so valuable when you're in a job like Tony's or a job like mine. And, I try to make up for the fact that I didn't play by taking advice from people like Joe Torre that, played the game. And you have to surround yourself with good people because it's so easy when you change something on the field to get unintended consequences that you might not appreciate if, you haven't played.
Yeah. Well, you talked about replay and how technology is sort of taken over the game as we go to the bottom half of the third. Technology is an important part of your initiatives in the next year or so, isn't it?
It is. We want young people not only playing the game, but in the ballpark enjoying the game. And I think, I have 4 kids that are now young adults. I think all of us who have kids know technology appeals to young people, and we need to find creative ways to use our technology company, MLB Advanced Media, to make the game better and more interesting for young people.
Well, we watch Gamecast. Matt usually has Gamecast up on his iPad as that's blooped out towards center. Here comes Cespedes, and he makes the sliding grab. Nope, he's trapped it. Now hop it to his glove. And Gamecast is so elaborate and has so much information. We look at balls and strikes and things like that. It's an impressive piece to the game.
I think the point of it and the way we try to think about it, we don't want to distract people from the game, but we do want to provide them information that helps them understand better what's going on the field. I did an inning during spring training with Ned Colletti, the former general manager of the Dodgers, who's doing radio for the Dodgers, and center fielder got a great jump on the ball, made a great catch. And Ned's observation was, veteran baseball guy, good eye, and says, he took a perfect path to the ball. Mm-hmm. And the great thing about StatCast is that for the untrained person, we can show you, that was a great catch. One of the reasons it was a great catch is he took an efficient route to the ball.
Yeah, those numbers are important. I mean, we're evolving as a baseball society, and sabermetrics are obviously part of the evolution of it. So there's a lot of people that want that at their disposal at any given time.
No, I think, and it's really important that we provide that type of information. Again, not as a distraction from the game, but a supplement to understanding and enjoying the game.
Cesar Hernandez goes down on strike, so one away. Here's Andres Blanco.
I know this has been a topic the last couple of days, and I don't know if it's all rumors or not, but safety for fans. We just saw a young lady get hit in the forehead with a line drive, and she's sitting 5 or 6 rows back from field level. Do you see something in the future, as in the near future, where we can maybe put netting up and put safety for the fans? Because there's been some bad incidents this year, especially with the lady in Boston with the broken baseball bat that hit her.
We've had some serious incidents this year that are of great concern to us. We have a really important project ongoing in the commissioner's office right now. We're looking at the designs of all 30 stadiums. We're looking at things like, I think people think you just put more netting up. You have to worry about things like camera wells, the design of the stadium, unimpeded views. We are also looking at all the data on both bats and balls to try to come up with a set of regulations that the industry can move together with. Our goal is to make a big presentation to the ownership group in November and hopefully be in a position to make some change for next year.
Now, is there a possible way to, a lot of players will get baseball bats. I know I did. You shave the handle down to like a skinnier size. Is there a way that we can say, okay, there's no more shaving the handles down? There's certain ways because these baseball bats are breaking it. There's no more.
Yeah, there are bat regulations in place, and it's actually illegal to shave handles below a certain diameter. We have people that go into clubhouses and check bats and, get after players who've made alterations to the bats that are inappropriate. We've made a lot of progress on bat safety, but bat safety is another area that we need to continue to look at, because no matter where you net to, you're still going to have objects that potentially could get in the stadiums. So you have to approach it, netting, bat safety, all of those issues together.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Andres Blanco. Runner at first. It's Aaron Harang. And there's ball 4, so that puts runners on first and second. Mr. Commissioner, you talked about modernizing the game. Tell us a little bit about that, what your goals are to modernize the game.
Well, I think that a great example of modernization of the game is the Pace of Game initiative that we had this year. We sat down in the fall and reviewed what people were saying about the game. I mean, you look back a year ago now, there are just a ton of articles about pace of game out there. That's what people were writing about a year ago. And we tried to look at ideas that would help us move the pace of the game along. And, one of the things that we experimented in with the Arizona Fall League is the use of a clock for 2 reasons. And that is, for a lot of people, the idea of a clock in baseball made absolutely no sense. But we went ahead, we experimented with the Arizona Fall League. Some of our most traditional people went out and watched the games. They saw the inning break clock. They saw the 20-second pitch clock. They saw the way the games were moving, and they said, hey, this actually might be a good thing for the game. And that's the kind of evolution. But you can't, in baseball, you can't just drop these changes in.
Right.
You have to work at them. You have to try them in the minor leagues. You have to give players an opportunity to get their heads around the fact that it's a little different approach than we've had in the past.
Well, it's been an exciting year in baseball. And so in your eyes, the biggest surprise in baseball this year to you, what would you think?
I think the biggest surprise to me in baseball is the Houston Astros.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of people that I respect were talking about the fact that Houston had accumulated some really good young talent. I just think it came together a little faster than most people expected, and good for them. Great baseball town, real turnaround after some tough years, and it's a great thing to see.
Well, good for them. I would think good for baseball too.
Oh, absolutely. And people forget Houston's the 5th biggest market in the United States. Good place for us to have a good team. It's a good thing.
Leading to where? How about expansion? Is there anything coming up in the futures of?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Like Canada?
I would say 2 things about expansion. I'd love to have another team in Canada. I really would. I think it would be good for the game. I see our business as a growth business. I don't have a timeline on expansion, but I do think that we should cultivate cities that have an interest in having Major League Baseball, because sooner or later we're going to want to expand, number one. Number two, if you know anything about scheduling, 32 works a heck of a lot better than 30. It would help with some issues that we struggle with now.
Line drive to right field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Harang will score. Here comes Blanco. He'll score. Jeff Francoeur with a 2-run single, and the Phillies take the lead here in the bottom of the third.
Well, I like it. Frenchie gets a fastball down the zone. We know Jeffrey does not like to take pitches, being aggressive, hitting the ball to right field and scoring 2. Which, by the way, Harang started this rally with a base hit to the left center.
He says pitchers can't hit.
There you go.
Well, now it'll bring Aaron Altair to the plate. 19 pitches in this inning for Jonathan Neese. What's the biggest challenge, Mr. Commissioner, with expansion? Is there one thing that stands out that would be difficult?
Well, I think that identifying the right location is
that
really
can be sustained.
Yeah, that can be sustained, because you've got the prime places covered.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, you're down into sort of a marginal thing, and then I think the second challenge is the time zone balance. Right? You have to think through. Do you need another West Coast team? Do you need 2 more West Coast teams? Do you need Eastern time zone teams? So those are the difficult issues. And then of course the key for any city that wants baseball is you got to have a major league quality facility.
Aaron Altair legs it out. Another run scores. Be a fielder's choice and an RBI. 3-0 Phil's on top.
Kind of interesting to see if a team would ever go to Vegas. No team has ever gone there, or is that like maybe an area where you don't want to touch on? Is it?
No, I'm happy to talk about Las Vegas. I think there are people in Las Vegas who have an interest in having a major league team. I think given the changing attitudes generally with respect to gambling, that Las Vegas is not a non-starter as it might have been 25 years ago. I mean, I think that Commissioner Silver's been very outspoken about
for the NBA,
evolving views, and I think that the views in our game are evolving as well.
Darren Rupp hits one out toward right center field. That's pretty well hit. Granderson's going back. It is gone. 2-run opposite field home run for Darren Rupp. It's 5-0 Phils. Pretty sweet swing from Rupp to go the other way.
Yeah, very nice short swing fastball. Supposed to be inside. Misses out over the plate. And Darren did this in batting practice all day today, hitting a lot of home runs. Nice to see him hit a 2-out home run to right center.
Sandra Indiev has just won $200 thanks to Darren Rupp for the McDonald's home run jackpot.
See, now all we need now is the commissioner to stay the remainder of the game.
And like a Phillies good luck charm here, huh?
On the outside corner, it's 1-1. Carlos Ruiz grounded out to third his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. Well, as you have said, and you even said it today, the product on the field, the people on the field, that's the best marketing tool for baseball. And I thought one of the things you talked about was this year's All-Star game and all the youth that was involved in the All-Star game and how important that was.
Great year for us. When we sat down last November and kind of looked at our players, their recognition among our fans, it's hard to miss the fact that we were at a generational shift. The Derek Jeters and Mariano Rivera's had moved off. Great players. Sorry to see them go. But they've been replaced by a really exciting group of young guys who've taken over the game.
Well, Commissioner, we appreciate you coming on. It's very nice to see you, and thanks for coming to Philadelphia.
Thank you, Tom. It was a pleasure,
again.
Matt. Great to see you.
Rob Manfred, the Commissioner of Major League Baseball, joining us here at Citizens Bank Park with the Phillies on top, 5-0.
Shining Star Awards to benefit the March of Dimes, which is brought to you by Comcast Sportsnet every year, guys. It's a terrific way for some of these kids to get out and enjoy the athletes and enjoy a little bit of the game. And that's what John was able to do today.
Well, Murph, I know you've attended the event a handful of times. I mean, it is a great event each and every year in the wintertime, each and every year.
Yeah, it really is, Tom. You know, the idea is that each of the 4 teams in Philadelphia, actually I should say 5 now, the Philadelphia Union a part of it as well, gets matched up with one of these kids. And they really treat them to a special day. They match them up with one of their athletes or one of their broadcasters, as you saw with Larry Anderson. And they kind of, over the next couple of weeks, will do all kinds of different stuff together. And then they all get honored at the dinner that night. And it really is. It's a wonderful way to bring awareness to what the March of Dimes is able to do to help children each and every day. And it's also a great way to give these kids the experience of a lifetime. And I think that's what John was able to get today. Yeah,
John, a wonderful kid. If you're interested in his story, you can go to Comcast's Shining Stars portion of the website and take a gander at it. 110 days in the neonatal unit at Jefferson when he was born. And 14 years old. Pretty special day, getting a chance to say hello to Larry Anderson and a couple of the Phillies players. Here's Kelly Johnson after the David Wright single. Johnson walked his first time up. Johnson overall hitting .262 with 11 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Five runs on 4 hits for the Phillies. Jeff Francoeur's base hit was a big one. The home run by Darren Ruff was a big one. Off the hands, blooped out toward left. Here comes Altair. 1 out. It's got a short window that we've gotten a chance to see Aaron Altair, but he does get very good jumps out in the outfield.
Well, he gets very good jumps, and he makes up for a lot of ground with the long legs and a powerful stride. Something like how I used to run.
That's right. You were a glider, Matt. You were a glider.
How come everybody up here smiles when I say that?
I was right with you. I was reacting the way you were. I was laughing with you. It's part of the studio audience. I cannot control what Pete Mickelson, our camera operator, does up here when you say that kind of stuff. Carl didn't really react. Carl Graber, our statistician, because he was thinking of whether there were enough chicken fingers left in the lunchroom to go get. 1 ball, 1 strike to Travis d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud popped out his first time up. Fly ball to right field. That's pretty well hit too. Francoeur's going back, and it is gone. Opposite field home run for d'Arnaud. He's not a big guy, but man, he's got some pop. That's his 9th home run of the year. He's walled both of them. One to left center and the other one to right center.
No, he's not a real big guy, but he's got very good technique. You know, he doesn't have a lot of movement, but right there is where he generates the power. As he follows through, you watch how high he finishes. That's how you receive carry on your baseball. The higher you finish, the longer the barrel goes through the zone, the more the ball will carry and pop off your bat.
Well, he's made it a 5-2 game here in the top of the 4th. Michael Conforto takes a little high. 1 ball, no strikes. That's 41 home runs for the Mets during the month of August. And that is a new franchise record. Out toward right center field. Odubel going back, and that one is off the scoreboard. It kicks oddly to the left of Odubel. Conforto round second, but he'll hold up there. 8 doubles on the year. And Tejada's coming up. Phillies baseball is brought to you by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer or visit DelValHondaDealers.com. By McDonald's. Double the love at McDonald's with a double cheeseburger and small fry for just $2.50. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. Bob McClure out to the mound. Trying to tighten some things up here. With Ruben Tejada coming up. Tejada walked his first time up. See if they can stop it with these next 2 hitters and not allow the Mets to tack on anything else. Out to center field. Odubel should get there, and he does. Conforto got back late to tag, so he's not going to be able to advance.
You know, the whole day there's been a breeze going up to right center. And as soon as before that pitch was thrown, the flags turned and started blowing straight in. Not saying it knocked down the ball, but it might have changed the flight a little bit going out there. I happened to just look up and see the flags and they started blowing straight in.
Mm-hmm. Very welcoming breeze today. Let's cool things off again. Neese is up. He lined to center his only time up, 0 for 1. Little thud off the bat of Neese. And it's 1-1.
I must say that the commissioner, in my book, has done a very nice job so far when he's taken over.
It's been aggressive.
He's a pretty cool dude, too.
Out towards short. Galvis to his right. And the side is retired. You just like him because he grew up in Rome, New York, which wasn't too far from the Canadian border.
No, I like him because he was there when the moonshot was hitting.
He was there when the
LA.
moonshot took place in Los Angeles. Now we get to the bottom of it. Bottom of the 4th inning, 5-2. Phillies on top. Buy right and buy Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com to find out. Toyota, let's go places. 5-2, Phillies on top. We go to the home fourth inning. Well, there is John Michael, who we talked about earlier, getting a chance to hang out on the field. Thought it was kind of cool watching Chooch go up to him and talk to him when he was sitting in the dugout. Chooch was sort of creeping around and kind of snuck up on him. One ball and no strikes. Inside and low, 2-0. Carlos and some of the other guys talked to him about learning Spanish, and John Michael said, "I'm getting there." Probably farther along than we are. 2-1 to Galvis. It'll be Galvis, then Aaron Harang, and then the top of the order, Cesar Hernandez. Freddie draws a walk, which is good. That means that Harang, although he got a hit his last time up, can potentially pick up his 7th sacrifice of the year. It's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #PhillyPhotoDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. What, are you going to tell me that he's going to swing away here?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. It's okay.
0-1 to Harang.
I was just going to say how impressed I am with you and Murph when you guys have to talk about that hashtag Philly photo.
It's rolling right off the lips now. The bunt goes back to Neese. He has a play at second and a play at first. You could probably faintly hear Darno yelling 2-2-2. Once they got the out at second, it was easy to turn the 1-6-4 double play. Not as deep as Cameron Rupp's voice, but it was there.
I don't know what was deeper, the 2-2-2 or the sound of the ball hitting the bat.
I think the ball hitting the bat. Here's Hernandez. He struck out twice. He's 0 for 10 in the series. 1 for his last 23.
Some umpires will call that a strike. And some umpires will say, well, you missed your target, so I'm not calling it a strike.
He's a little off kilter right now.
Yeah.
Two pitch. Just past the glove of Neese, and that ends an 0 for 14 stretch for Cesar Hernandez. It's a 2-out single. That'll bring Andres Blanco to the plate. Well, there's been a lot of talk, Murph, about whether Hernandez is tired, whether he's weary, or whether he's just doesn't have his timing down right now.
Yeah, and Pete Mackanin said today he thinks it's the latter. He thinks he's just in a slump right now. And, you know, he gave him a night off last night just to kind of clear his head, kind of a mental break, but wanted him back in there today for the sole reason he said, look, I need him to fight out of this slump. I need him to find his way, get back to swinging the bat the way he was swinging it before. You know, they have options now. You know, he didn't have to play tonight. He could have played Darnell Sweeney at second or you know, kind of jumbled his lineup around. But he said, no, I want to get Cesar Hernandez back in there. He's a guy that we need to see how he battles out of a slump that he's in right now. So base hit back up the middle, certainly a good sign. Maybe he'll start to get that confidence back that he had when he was swinging the bat really well a couple of weeks ago. So that's what Pete Mackanin was hoping to see tonight. He got to see it a little bit.
Yeah, Andres Blanco kind of said the same thing as Cesar's, to try to fight his way out of this. It's good when a manager gives, Matt, a player a chance to fight through, because he's eventually going to be out there. So see if he can get a swing back in some way, shape, or form.
Well, you have to. And the biggest thing for yesterday is you should tell him, you know what, don't even take any swings today. We'll use you in a pinch hit roll or whatever, but just give your mind a break. You can tell he thinks a lot up there right now because he's swinging at balls in the dirt, which he's never usually doing throughout the year. So the only way you can get out of a slump is get in the batter's box and continue to work hard.
Andres fouls it off. Yeah, that has got to hurt that guy's hands. It was a valiant effort. I think he's putting his hand in a bucket of ice right now.
I'm telling you, and trust me, and I've told it before, when I was 0 for 32 here in 09, my batting practices, I was a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, you were.
I could still hit the ball at the second deck. I get in that game, and it's just your timing's off.
Your mind's off. Fly ball to left field. Conforto. One-handed catch, and the Phillies are retired here in the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left to the 5th inning with the Phils up 3. All right, Matt, here we go. Who was the last first baseman before Lucas Duda in 2014 to hit 30 home runs in one season?
Well, I had a couple of guesses.
They're excellent guesses, by the way.
Mo Vaughn was not the answer.
Nope.
But I was going back too far, so I'll have to say Ike Davis.
Ike Davis in 2012 is correct. He had 32. You also had Carlos Delgado written down, which is a good guess. Foul ball. 1-1 to Granderson. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. There's that changeup that came back on the inside part of the plate. Kind of had the two-seam action.
Yeah.
Odubel will play that one on one hop, so Curtis Granderson has his second hit of this series. He's aboard. Cespedes is coming up. Curtis Granderson provided our Geico quote of the day, taking opponents, not taking opponents lightly. Realizing that we're not taking anybody lightly or for granted, I think is a good sign. When you step on the field, no matter if it's a first day guy or experienced guy on the mound, you come in there ready to play. Well, yeah. That is good. Cespedes is 0 for 2. He's flied to left. He's grounded to short. Cespedes, who could potentially become a free agent at the end of this year. He's still riding the contract that he signed with the Oakland A's. It was a 4-year deal, and in that contract was the language that said he would be a free agent if not re-signed by the A's or whatever team he's on. He would become a free agent at the end of the World Series of that year, which is 2015. The way the language is structured, if the Mets don't re-sign him before that period, they cannot talk to him until May of 2016. That's the way his deal was structured.
Until May.
May of 2016. That's a bullet out towards center, carrying toward the bullpen. Gone. And this is a 1-run ball game. Another 2-run home run for Cespedes. It's his 8th homer in a Mets uniform. Phillies lead is 5-4. Well, so much for the strong wind coming in from left center field. I mean,
yeah, strong wind, but a stronger hitter. I mean, especially when he gets his arms extended. Let's check to see where the location is. Down in the zone. Cespedes put a good swing on it and has been swinging about well the last 7 games.
Well, still nobody out. Here's Daniel Murphy. Collectively, he's having a heck of a year. Two balls and 1 strike. We mentioned the other day that he's probably going to get paid an awful lot of money this offseason. And one thing you have to realize, he is 30. But, you know, if he's looking for a 6 or 7 year deal, which I'm sure he is, you're going to get a couple prime years, though. Whew.
Especially if he goes to an American League team where he can DH once in a while.
I still think it's odd, though. He's been with so many teams in such a short period of time. I wonder if there's something to that. The ball hit off a railing and skipped into the crowd. So Murphy walks. A reminder that tomorrow is Goya Latino Family Celebration Night here at Citizens Bank Park when the Phillies take on the Padres. Take part in a special live auction inside the first base gate. Proceeds benefiting Concilio in their efforts to provide social services in the Philadelphia Latino community. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. David Wright, who is 2 for 2 Check swing. One hopper. Hernandez touches the bag, fires to first, and a double play. By a hair, a double play. The play at first was no big deal. It was the play at second that was close.
I wasn't sure if the ball was hit hard enough.
Well, that's our precision play of the game, brought to you by GMC.
The excuse me check swing. Hernandez gets there quick enough. Just ups on second base quick enough, and missile throws a missile to first base.
There's Kelly Johnson with 2 away. Out toward right center field. Francoeur going back, and we are tied. That's a one-handed swing by Kelly Johnson. Home run number 12 on the year. It's a 5-5 ball game. Well, that is 43 home runs now for the Mets in the month of August. 2-run shot by Cespedes made it a 1-run game. Kelly Johnson's solo home run ties the game.
Well, you said it's a one-handed swing, but it's a good swing.
Contact was 2 hands. And
contact was 2, and then he did the Walt Reniak top hand off.
Hernandez in shallow right field. And the side is retired. But the Mets have come all the way back from a 5-0 deficit. 2 home runs of the inning for New York. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th, all even at 5. Three-game series this Sunday, and all fans 14 and under will receive the ShopRite back-to-school lunch bag. A summer weekend of baseball as the Phillies wind down the month of August here at home. There's the lunch bag right there. You can get tickets by going to Phillies.com. So 2 great giveaways this weekend. The Fathead on Saturday night, and then the lunch bag on Sunday. Odubel Herrera will start it off. We are all even at 5. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Odubel's been on base twice. Well, they're not going to see much more of Jonathan Neese at this point. He's thrown 81 pitches. Nobody out here in the 5th inning. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, though. The bullpen for the Mets has been excellent.
It is.
out toward left. Conforto started in, but he's able to circle back to make the catch. The first out here in the 5th, and here comes Jeff Francoeur. Francoeur drove in 2 his last time up. 1 ball, no strikes to him. Ball 4. Francoeur has drawn a walk with 1 man down. So he'll take his spot over at first. Aaron Altair is coming up. Time now for our Cold Hard Fact, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Best records in the month of August. The Mets, surprisingly, are 3rd. Blue Jays 18-5. Cubs 18-6. All teams battling for a playoff spot or the top of a division. No balls, 1 strike to Altair. One of the umpires in the stands didn't like that call. Down low, 2-1. A mixture of pitches for Jonathan Neese. That was a changeup. Chopper back toward the middle. Tejada right around the second base bag. There's 1. There's 2. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We've played 5. We go to the 6th inning, tied up at 5. Bench. A season ago, Francoeur wasn't sure if his career would continue much longer. In 2015, he has delivered plenty of production at the plate, and August has been no different as Jeff continues to produce, batting well above 300 for the month. Frenchie brings offense. Frenchie brings smiles and energy to the Phillies dugout on a daily basis. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, Rondy Basis has been traded to the New York Mets, and he was in a little bit of trouble again as he knocked the Fanatic to the ground. He wanted to get into a little bit of the dance act, but the Galapagos gang was going to have nothing to do with it. And then Iggy took care of the rest. Michael Conforto leads it off here in the 6th, and the pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Conforto has doubled. He's also grounded out. He is 1 for 2. Popped up over the head of Galapagos gang and out of play. There's the gang. I think Iggy was having a little trouble. He had swallowed up around the bases. Good pitch. A little tight. Ron DeBases has gotten away. Oh, that's 2-2. Oh, he's going to want to get traded again. Bless you, Matt.
Thank you.
Odubel out in center field will roam over into the alleyway. 2 hands, makes the catch. 1 out. Ruben Tejada's coming up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murphy, you got a photo for us?
I sure do. As promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Today's photo comes from AEC04, and he says, "I'm hanging with Harry on our wedding day at Citizens Bank Park." How about that? Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Philly Photo Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile. That is a great picture.
It is a great photo. You know, I was out over by the statue today before the ball game, and there were a lot of fans who were coming in from the left field gate. The first stop was either to get a Schmitter or a Wayback Burger, and then right over to HK's statue for a photo.
I like that one. That's a keeper.
Tejada goes around. It's 0-2. Here's HK's statue. Foul territory down the left field line. Tried it again. He didn't fish this time. 2-2. Broken bat. 1 hopper out to Galvis. Well, Harang needs a quick inning. So he's hoping that the first 2 batters going down quickly here will lead to that. Jonathan Neese is 0 for 2. He's lined out and he's grounded out. 5-0 Phillies lead washed away with 2 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th for the Mets. Quite honestly, they can't get out of town soon enough. I mean, this. Hopefully they're cooled off this weekend when they play the Red Sox. And just like that, Jonathan Neese has a base hit. Cooled off this weekend when they play the Red Sox because the Phillies are right back at it against them next Monday. Curtis Granderson singled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 3. He's walked 64 times this year. So despite the fact his average is at 255, his on base percentage is at 348.
I think he walks too much. Me personally.
He's on pace to eclipse his total from a year ago. Altair, a long run, comes sliding in. It's off his glove in foul territory. And that means that Granderson will get another chance. I think the wind had something to do with that. I don't know if he needs to slide after it, but it jarred from his glove.
Yeah, it came a long way. Right off the side of his glove. Whenever you get in his glove.
Yeah, it looked like it hit the top of that thumb.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought it went in and out, but it looked like the top of that thumb.
No, and I'll tell you why I think he walks too much. Curtis Granderson is because he has good power. And there's a lot of pitches that he takes that he probably should swing at. I don't know if it's because he's in the leadoff role and needs to see more pitches, which is fine, but he's got 22 home runs in the year.
Yeah, and 26 doubles. Two balls, 2 strikes. Curve ball. That's whacked out toward left center. It'll drop for a hit. Neese is around second. He's thinking about 3. The throw by Odubel won't be there in time. Jonathan Neese took a chance, and it paid off. And now the Mets have first and third with 2 men down. Now Granderson didn't go to second base. He might have been thinking, well, if I go to second, they're going to walk Cespedes. Carlos Ruiz is waiting out on the mound for Bob McClure. Adam Lowen has just started to warm up in the bullpen. All of this has begun after 2 quick outs and a single by Jonathan Neese. How do you make your packages stand out? Add a little color. Avery neon shipping labels ensure all your shipping messages get noticed. Perfect for any priority message, and WB Mason delivers the same day when you order by 11:30 a.m. Local service, personalized. Who but WB Mason? All right, Bob McClure is not coming out. They are going to pitch to Cespedes, who homered his last time up. Inside, 1-0. I can't imagine he's going to get anything good to hit here.
Yeah, this is one of the at-bats where you don't want this to happen in the 5th inning. Hit a fastball middle of the plate. You want him to swing at your pitch and get a weak ground ball like he just almost did on a slider low and away.
I think he may have fooled him on that. Cespedes, one of 3 home runs tonight for the Mets. They have 43 here in the month of August. That's a franchise record for home runs in a month. Up high 2-2. Got us thinking, well, what is the major league record? Well, I don't know if they'll be able to tie it by the weekend. 58 is the major league record. The O's in 87, May of 87. Mariners in May of 99. Inside 3-2. Granderson will be off and running here.
Look at this. I'm sorry. Look at some of the hitters the Mariners had in '99. Jay Buhner, Ken Griffey Jr., A-Rod, Soriano, Edgar Martinez.
Runner goes. Ball is pulled to short. Galvis off his back leg in time. Side is retired. It got a little dicey here in the 6th inning. No runs, 2 hits, 2 men left. Middle of the 6th. It's still 5-5 as Darren Ruff will lead it off. Jeff now or visit jefferson.edu. Buy the Pennsylvania Lottery. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. And buy Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. ShopNissan.com. Bottom of the 6th inning. We're tied up at 5. Phillies jumped out to a 5-0 lead. The Mets tied it up with 2 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. Here's Darren Ruff, who was part of that barrage in the 3rd.
Yes, when we had the commissioner on here, we're talking, and he gets a fastball out over the plate. He absolutely destroys that to right center.
Diving stop by Wright. 1 away. I wonder about those plays right there, Matt, with his back injury. You know, the way he, thundered to the ground like that.
Out in front of the pitch.
I guess that's a little softer than like the crisp line drive, like the real crisp line drive that he'd have to dive for. So Ruff is retired, and it'll bring Carlos Ruiz up. Carlos takes a breaking ball. It's 0-1. And that hit him. So Carlos will take his spot over at first. Dan Worthen on the phone. Freddie Galvis is coming up. Logan Verrett, who started the other day, pitched well. El Duque used to do that. Orlando Hernandez. Looks like he had a weighted ball in his hand. El Duque used to have a softball, like the big truck Jose Contreras used to do as well. Force out at second base, 4-6. And Darnell Sweeney will pinch hit. Gomez warming up for the Phillies.
A lot of people in the bullpen used to do a lot of different things. Guys would do exercise with a towel. I guess they're trying to do that throw with the towel to have the proper technique, and you hear a certain noise apparently when you do it right.
Yeah, the wind sort of whips a certain way. 0-1 to Sweeney. Sweeney hitting .222 in the big leagues. That one foul over Angel's head. That's not Angel. Everybody bent one way. Guys bent left, guys bent right, and the ball looked like it hit a seat. 100 pitches now for Nice. No balls, 2 strikes to Sweeney. And he fouls it back over the screen. At a Major League scoreboard, the Nats lead the Padres 2-1. That game's in the top of the 6th inning. Bryce Harper is 2 for 2. Swing and a miss. Flip to first. Side is retired. A strikeout for Jonathan Nice. No runs, no hits. 1 man left for the Phillies. So we've completed 6. Game 4 of this series will go to the 7th. Daniel Murphy will lead it off against Genmar Gomez. Time now for your Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary. Phil's had a 5-0 lead at one point in this ball game. Darren Ruff's home run made it 5-zip, but Aaron Harang gave up 5 runs over 6 innings of work. So the Mets offense in this series, it's 4 games obviously, 13 home runs, 27 extra base hits. It's been an exhibition. But we're tied at 5. We'll go to the top of the 7th. Genmar Gomez, 54th game. Matt, in a lot of ways, the difference in this series has been, yes, the offense, but more so the bullpens for these two teams.
That it has. Seems like we'll have 3 or 4 guys come out of the bullpen, and one guy will have a rough outing. The Mets, not so much. They've had a pretty good balance of bullpen in this series.
Yeah, I think last night was one of the only times that the Phils had some lasting success against their pen.
Daniel Murphy questions every pitch. Like,
he does. I'm with you.
Every strike that's called upon him.
A 1 pitch. That one is pulled through the hole on the right side. A base hit. A leadoff single here in the 7th inning. I wonder sometimes, does that have an effect on the umpire with anybody else in your lineup? If one guy, it's not that he's chirping, but it's almost like he's doing a little Eddie Haskell when he's talking to him.
Well, he'll ask. He does a Paul O'Neill. He'll ask every question, the location, how much did it catch the plate, which is not a bad thing because he doesn't do it in a bad way to show up an umpire.
David Wright hit into a double play his last time up. He's 2 for 3. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. That ball squirts away from Ruiz, and Murphy's going to move up.
This is a tough slider to stop. Chooch is set up in the outside corner. I'll land about 1.5 feet to the right of the home plate.
So it's a wild pitch to put a runner in scoring position. Murph, 20 runs allowed by the Phillies bullpen. It's a concern for Pete Mackanin because they were so good for such a long stretch of time.
It is, and it's something that he talked about today. He was asked directly about the troubles of the bullpen in this particular series, and he said, you know what? He said, I am going to have a meeting with our bullpen guys in the very near future, because he said, I want to challenge them to be the guys that they were a couple of weeks ago. He said, we got out of the gate after the All-Star break and played really good baseball, and a big part of that was our bullpen. And they're the same guys that are now really struggling. He said, so I'm going to sit down with them as a group and challenge them to get back and to remember that they had that success and to get back to that success. Because he said, we all know they can do it. We've seen them do it. He just thinks that maybe at this point they're, as a group, lacking a little confidence.
Ground ball right side. That'll get Murphy over to third. So Wright's retired. So one away. It brings Kelly Johnson to the plate. Well, the relief pitchers this year, 11th in earned run average. That had gotten even a little better during the stretch that Murph was just talking about. Everybody's worked except for Giles during this stretch. And yes, it has only been really 4 games. Phillies won 3 of 4 against the Marlins. Marlins aren't a great team, but they won 3 of 4 against the Marlins. And the bullpen was good. Johnson waits and launches, and it's foul, 0-1.
From what we've seen in this series, I have seen when home runs are starting to be hit, there's too much nibbling going on in corners, not attacking the zone. Next thing you know, you're behind the count. Next thing you know, home runs hit. That's the difference what I've seen in this series compared to the Miami series and prior to that.
Oh, and 2. I'd give Tom Goodwin a 5.5, 6 on that one.
Well, see how high it is.
It was head high.
Height-wise.
Yeah. Strike three. Yep. They needed a strikeout. They got one. All right. Now, Genmar is not a strikeout pitcher, as Pete McCadden pointed out the other day in his struggles with the Mets earlier, but they could have used one there, and they got it.
Well, this is what's the movement on this sinker? Chooch is set up inside. The key is he throws it at the right hip. That freezes the left-handed hitters. Anything down a little lower, it's a reaction swing. But that one right there, you think it's going to stay inside. We call that the Yahoo ball. Why, I don't know, but we call it the Yahoo ball.
I don't know. Inside, I was going Yahoo when he did it. Darno takes strike 1, 0-1. Darno homered earlier in the game. That was back in the fourth, 369 feet, which was about 100 feet shorter than his home run the other night. He also had an interesting situation the other day where he worked out a walk and he flipped the bat, and the bat got stuck in his hand. You said pine tar, and he said after the game, pine tar. He said, I apologized.
Oh, yeah.
To everybody. I think he even apologized to Tucker, the bat boy.
It was a great toss. I mean, he went to flip it all the way back to the on-deck circle, and then went straight up.
Straight up.
And then straight down right by his feet. A lot of meetings on the mound today from both teams.
I think this series, I mean, it's been more evident this series, I think, than what we've seen recently. No balls, 2 strikes to Darno. Just a little bit outside.
Notice he just threw that 2-seamer, probably thigh high. If he could throw a 4-seamer in there, blow up the bat. Because he's expecting the sink out of the zone.
Little tapper back to the mound. Yeah, this is what you were talking about the nibbling part of it. And this is what Pete talked about the other day with Genmar. Get ahead 0-2, and it was Darno that he got ahead 0-2 with the other day, and he wound up walking him. Runner at third, count full to Darno, and he walked him.
Nice. Good on, baby.
This is Genmar's batter here, even though it's a lefty coming up. And Bob McClure will come out to the mound. Adam Lowen was warming earlier in the game, not now. He's sitting next to Jerome Williams, who is not just hanging in the bullpen. They have him out there in case they need needed a long guy here tonight. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizen 7, Matt. They will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal. Now that's helping you bank better. Citizens Bank. So Bob McClure is back to the dugout. You have Murphy over at third base and Darno at first base. A 5-5 ball game. And Michael Conforto is coming up.
What's the side of the plate right now that he has the most comfortable with throwing to? Is a fastball inside the left-handers.
Well, that's good because he's going to need it.
Well, it's good and it's bad. I mean, if you consistently throw inside there, hitters will make the adjustment. Problem is, if you miss inside, it comes back out over the plate too much. You know, if you're thinking throwing that two-seamer inside, where we saw the strikeout earlier on Johnson, great 0-2 pitch. But the problem is when you try to go in there more times than maybe one or two times per at bat, there's always that chance that thing might come back towards the middle of the plate, towards the barrel. You know, rule of thumb is every pitch you throw, you want to throw away from the barrel. Sliders into lefty.
One ball and two strikes. Swing and a miss. He got it. There was your slider. Second strikeout for Gomez. Tonight, he works out of a jam. No runs, one hit, two men left. Time to stretch here in Philadelphia. All tied up at 5. The 7th inning. Headed into extra innings and need a boost. Call WB Mason to order Green Mountain Coffee K-Cup pods. Great tasting coffee at amazingly low prices. Delivered free the very same day when you order by 11:30. WB Mason knocks it out of the park. Who but WB Mason? Cesar Hernandez will lead it off, and he'll face Logan Verrett. Verrett, this is his 9th ball game. He started the other day against the Colorado Rockies. He became the first Met pitcher to throw 8 scoreless innings in Colorado ever. Yeah. He was the guy that took the spot of Matt Harvey in the rotation for that day. Harvey will pitch tomorrow against the Red Sox. 1 ball and no strikes to Cesar, who is 1 for 3. Fly ball. One out. Stephen Cadditt's hoping for a little offense in the late part of this ball game. The Mets certainly have had offense in this series. They've hit 13 home runs. It's the 2nd most home runs the Phillies have allowed in a single series since 1930. The most was 15. That was back in '99 against the Cincinnati Reds.
That's a lot.
15 in a 3-game series. Yeah. Yeah, that'll give you a headache. 1-0 pitch to Andres Blanco. Popped it up. Almost the same spot. Tejada says he has this one. Ooh, basket catch. Well, I guess he had it. 2 outs, so Odubel Herrera's coming up. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD and over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. Every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. So 2 quick outs. Here's Odubel, who has walked twice and fly to left. Way outside.
He's got some late movement on his fastball.
Yeah, he does.
Both Hernandez and Blanco thought they were going to be right on the fastball, and in the last second just tails away.
Chopper up the first base line. That'll go foul. Juan Samuel will pick it up. And Barrett strikes him out. That'll retire the side. The Phillies go down in order in their half of the 7th inning. The Phils haven't had a hit since the 4th. Will go to the 8th. Still leave it at 5. the official entertainment provider of the Phils. And by Yellowwood, brand pressure treated pod. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it. Top half of the 8th inning. It's a 5-5 game. Time now for a Hyundai defensive play of the game. Matt, take it away.
Well, it comes back in the 5th inning. David Wright with a check swing. Little lob shot. Cesar Hernandez makes a nice job just getting there before Murphy tags second base. Just in time. It makes a very strong throw to first base to get the 6-3 double play. And that's your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
Ruben Tejada is 0 for 2. He's flying to center. He's grounded out inside. Elvis Araujo is warming up as we speak. One hopper, flagged down by Galvis. He jumps and throws in time to get Tejada. One away. A wonderful play by Freddie Galvis. So, Matt, about that Hyundai defensive play of the game.
This is a very nice play. Update. Update. You just saw it. Ground ball to short. Nice play. Freddie Galvis gets up. Leap. One hopper. Perfect throw to first base. Look at that. That's some great concentration. Blind throw. Gomez like it. Everyone likes it. That is your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by local Hyundai dealers. Hyundai dealers.
Here's Michael Kadai. Now, you've done so well with that.
That eye gets me every time.
Well, no, it doesn't. Not every time.
Not every time.
I'd say it gets you every 12 times. Kadire, look what he's done in this series. And he's only started 2 of the 4 games. Oh, man. Two outs. Just a long out. And that'll bring Granderson to the plate here in the top of the 8th inning.
I like the Hyundai updates. I like that.
Yeah.
They get some extra love.
Had to recognize that play. Although I will say that Tejada is really slow. Granderson has picked up a base hit in his last 2 at bats. There's Araujo. There's Giles. He's got to get a little work. Wow, with the shift on, he punches it down the left field line. He's thinking 2 right out of the chute on his way. Alter's throw. He is safe. And I think they're going to review this one. Blanco twisted around. It looked like his glove may have arrived just as the foot arrives. Tell you what, that's a strong throw from Alter.
Yeah, it is.
Second base umpire was right on it. Yeah, I think he's safe. Might be worth the challenge. Or a request for the challenge. I mean, we're in the 8th inning. Boy, if the throw was, if this, if that, but if the throw was a little closer to the bag. Tough to tell where the glove is, or if the glove stopped the foot at all. Dan Bellino was right on it. Maybe this will give us an idea. Hey, boy, I think he's out. I think the glove hit the foot before the foot made contact with the bag, but I could be wrong. I don't know if there's enough to overturn it.
Looks like right there, he hits the corner of the bag.
Yeah, the bottom,
and
toward the
then,
bottom too, right?
Looks like he hits the corner of the bag, then tags the field.
Yeah. I just don't think there's going to be enough to overturn it. Tom Hallion making sure that the MLB official is official. Took a look at his name, made sure he's got the right credentials on. Because they're just listening right now. They're not making any adjustments to the call. The folks in New York are doing this. The centrally located area. Everybody's looking at the same game. There's a couple of umpiring crews that are up in New York.
Now, when the umpires here go on the headsets,
yes.
Are they saying this is what they are challenging?
Correct.
This is the play.
That is what they're saying.
They're looking for the tag.
And that's pretty much all they're saying.
Okay.
They're saying the Phillies are challenging the ruling on the field that Blanco tagged Granderson before the foot hit the bag.
I know that was there, but there's other areas
yes.
where they have to refer to what they want to talk about.
Yeah, they're challenging. They're asking about Rule 7.13 or this or that.
Right.
So here we go. He will be. Let's see. A double for Granderson. So it stands. It's not confirmed. Exactly 2 minutes, and here comes Ken Giles. Jemar Gomez will be lifted. Ken Giles coming on to face Cespedes. We'll be back with a pitching change right after this. Talks about his time with the Sixers and his expectations for the organization in the future. Plus, find out what it takes to make the Sixers flight squad. Check out the 700 level show tonight at 10:30 over on the Comcast network. I wonder if John Gonzalez is going to try out for the flight squad. He's going to give us an example. Cody Ashley comes on to play left. Altair moves from left to center. Odubel Herrera is done. Ken Giles will come on. Giles will bat third. Ashley will bat ninth. Cespedes homered earlier. That was in the 5th inning. His 26th overall. That ties his career high. Fastball at 99. Well, he's been dormant. His arms rested. He's ready to fire. Picked up a save in the series against the Marlins on Sunday, the series finale. 2-0. Hansel Robles. foot?
I think so. Again.
Slider lays off, 3-1. Freddie Galvis with a big hop. And we'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Ken Giles finishes off the top of the 8th. No runs, a hit. One man left in scoring position. So let's see if the Phillies can get some runs when we return. Aaron Nola's major league debut, Maikel Franco's first career grand slam, Ryan Howard's 350th career home run, and more. Phillies auction ends Sunday. Go to Phillies.com/auctions to place your bid today. 5-5, bottom of the 8th inning. Speaking of auctions, do you have all your auction items ready for your big golf outing?
That I do.
Slash dinner?
Slash dinner, I do.
Slash extravaganza. The culmination of a year's work. Hansel Robles will take over here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Jeff Francoeur is the batter. Hansel Robles was a big topic of conversation the other day. If you want more information on Matt's charity event /weekend, go to mattstairscharityevents.com. 30th and 31st, Kingswood, New Brunswick in Fredericton. Ground ball, diving stop right to his feet, flips it over in time. What a way.
That's a nice play. He's guarding the line. One step dive. Gets up and gives a pretty good throw to first base for the short hop. That wasn't one of those in-between bounces.
Here's Altair, who's 1 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. And it's outside. All right, so let's get back to your golf outing. So you're going to have all these items. People, if they want to bid on anything or if they want to contribute, they can just go to your that website?
Yeah, that's where donations are. We have a 3-night party, I should say event,
extravaganza. It's a stairs palooza.
Well, it's fun, and this year we're bringing in Bill Lee as the guest speaker, which will be there for Sunday night. We've already sold close to 400 tickets to the public for, and it's just a big party and a good time to see some friends and some family members, and then get ready for the golf on Monday.
2-0 pitch outside. How much are the tickets to the dinner?
$70.
So 400 times 70. Wow, that's pretty good. All right, so give the place some money for. Wow.
It's all for the, it's all good. It's all for the animals, the SPCA of Fredericton, and this year I'm going to donate some to the ALS as well as Fredericton Minor Baseball.
There's a strike. It's 3-1. Well, again, go to Matt's website. See if you can finagle a bid or two on the weekend trip to Boston. Was it Kingswood Country Club? Is that what it's called? Kingswood.
Yeah.
In Fredericton, New Brunswick. There's a liner out to center field. Cespedes on the run. It's over his head, and a run hop off the wall. Altair will go to second with his second double of the night. Good looking play.
It's a nice swing right here. 3-1 fastball down in the zone. Head down. Nice easy swing. Love the leg kick. Love the balance. Love the finish.
So now Ruff, who homered earlier in the game, he's 1 for 3, a 2-run home run opposite way. It was Ruff that was up the other night when Robles quick pitched him with his head down. That's what got everybody upset. Got a good pitch to hit there, and he fouls it back. It's 1-1. He had done it to Ruff in game 1. Game 2, Darren was in the box. Time was still called by Dan Bellino, but Robles, as Darren had his head down, still threw the ball. And it's 1-2. Darren strikes out. That was a hanger. 2 outs. Runner at second. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, time for the Major League Notebook presented by St. Joseph's University. And Texas Rangers starter Giovanni Gallardo hit the century mark this afternoon. Win number 100 in his career, a 4-1 win today. He is the 4th Mexican-born pitcher to reach that mark. Ismael Valdez, Esteban Loaiza, and the great Fernando Valenzuela are the other Mexican-born pitchers to get over 100 wins. And the Cubs added an arm to their bullpen today. Fernando Rodney is joining them for a player to be named later. He comes over from Seattle. Rodney is reunited with Joe Madden. He pitched for him down in Tampa one year where he had an ERA under 1 and 48 saves. So Madden says he's looking forward to seeing that guy come and join the Cubs. We'll see if he's able to do that. Guys?
All right, Murph, we appreciate that. I think it's a good pickup.
Oh, absolutely.
The ball's 1 strike. You can enhance your bullpen at this time of the year with that kind of arm. No balls, 1 strike to Ruiz.
This has made some bad pitches this inning.
Gotten away with them?
Yeah, fastball to Darren, hanging slider to Darren. First pitch to Carlos, and then that slider right there. Right down the middle.
No balls and 2 strikes to Carlos.
Curtis Granderson's playing an awful shallow right field.
Yeah, he is. Louise has got some pop that way. He's got Altair at second base with 2 men down, trying to get a clutch base hit to give the Phillies the lead going into the 9th inning. Ground ball to third. David Wright. Inning over. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left in scoring position. So we played 8, tied at 5. Brawley Fingers takes the Mets to the dugout as we go to the 9th. Already. Phillies will take on the Atlanta Braves. The final visit of the Braves here to Citizens Bank Park. Tickets can be purchased for all 3 games by going to Phillies.com. So top of the 9th inning, and Ken Giles will face Daniel Murphy, David Wright, Kelly Johnson. Mets have a couple pitchers that are warming in their pen. Lefty Gil Martin and the righty Familia. $22,526 here at Citizens Bank Park. Ground ball, base hit. So Daniel Murphy is aboard for the 3rd straight time. 6 hits in this series. And here's David Wright. Slider outside. It's 1-0. Wright is 2 for 4. He singled both his first 2 times up. Single to left in the second. Single to left in the fourth. He grounded out to second twice too. Wants to do a double play. And a line drive to center field. Altair comes in to make the catch. Kelly Johnson will be the batter with 1 man down. Well, this is the reason we're tied. This and 3 other swings by the Mets.
Pitch down the bottom of the zone. Johnson just throwing the barrel to the ball and elevating it, and getting it into the wind blowing to right that inning.
12 home runs, 40 runs batted in. It's been a solid year as an extra man. First for the Braves, now with the Mets. Somewhere between the end of last year and the beginning of this spring training, Kelly Johnson figured something out again. I mean, 12 home runs, 40 RBIs in 251 at bats. Fouls it at the plate, 0-2.
It doesn't take much. It takes a little bit of adjustment with the hands. Maybe a different path to the ball. Clipping a couple home runs, getting some confidence, and then realizing, okay, I still have it.
Tim Giles is trying to get through Kelly Johnson right here. Boy, that was awfully close to giving the Mets the lead right there. To right center field, towering shot. Altair into the alley, out toward the scoreboard, makes the catch. 2 away. Following the ball game, Pure Auto Insurance presents Phillies post-game live. Ricky Patalico will give his full analysis of this game. Puts a wrap on the Phillies-Mets series here at Citizens Bank Park. And now Travis d'Arnaud, who also homered tonight. He's 1 for 3. Down and away. 2-1. Fastball. 97.
Last couple, he's overthrown it a little bit. You can tell the way when he finishes off balance a little bit.
Check swing. Tom Hallion says he went. It evens it up at 2-2. It's close.
It was close, but he did go.
Says Tom Hallion. .98 on that one. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Conforto on deck. Runner goes. Strike 3 call. A slider tucked to the outside part of the plate. Giles, his first strikeout of the night. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Let's see if the Phils can win it. And they're half of the 9th. See if the Phils can get something going here. It'll be Freddie Galvis, Cody Ashe, and then the top of the order for the Phillies against left-hander Sean Gilmartin, who is going to be on in relief of Hansel Robles. He pitched well earlier in the series. In fact, he made sure the Mets won that DeGrom game.
He was the MVP of that game.
Sure was. 3-1, a 2.34 ERA for Gilmartin. He went 3 1/3, allowed 3 hits, struck out 4, didn't walk anybody in game 1. So Galvis will lead it off here in the bottom of the 9th inning. It's 5-5. Phil's trying to salvage the 4th game of this series. Fastball, strike 1. Phils have lost 8 straight games to the Mets, 12 of 13, 22 of 27. Out front, 0-2. The dribbler up the first base line. Galvis hustling and tagged out. 3 unassisted, 1 away.
Pretty good play coming in. Taking Freddie Galvis on the shoulder. Key is he picked it up first, then went for the tag. A lot of times, a lot of guys will try to scoop that really quick and do the tag at the same time. Never have the ball in the gloves.
Freddie went down pretty hard. Here's Ashe up for the first time. Came on as part of a double switch. Curveball 0-1. Cesar Hernandez. Well, he's got 2 outs on 6 pitches. Luis Garcia in the bullpen. Matt, this is where you want to have that meeting with your hitting coach in the middle of an at-bat.
Time. Come here, dude. What am I doing wrong?
No balls and 2 strikes to Cesar. And he is retired on 3 straight breaking balls. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Gilmartin. Pete Maccannon's coming out questioning whether that ball hit the ground or not. Alfonso Marquez has a word with Pete Mackanin. Cannot review that, unfortunately. He can ask his fellow umpires for help, which he will not do. We'll go to the 10th.
Tied up at 5. When this one is all said and done, Mets will leave town, which is a good thing, and the San Diego Padres are headed here for a 3-game series with the Phils. There's your pitching matchups at 7:05 on Friday night. It'll be Aaron Nola taking the ball for the Phils against Ian Kennedy. Adam Morgan will take the ball, the lefty, on Saturday night at 7:05 versus Colin Ray, the righty, and Jerome Williams will go against James Shields, the right-hander, on Sunday. That game is at 1:30. 5, guys. But obviously, this one's not over yet.
No, Murph, we're going to extra innings. Top of the 10th inning, Michael Conforto will lead it off against Ken Giles. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Ken Giles, the long man. That was just his 20th pitch. He came on to start or to end the 8th inning, pitched a scoreless 9th inning, and now he's out here in the 10th inning. No balls and 1 strike to Conforto. Fouls it away. It's 0-2. He's 1 for 4. No, we've seen closers throw 2 innings to pick up a save. He's going to have to go 2 1/3 to help to preserve a tie.
To pick up a W.
To hopefully pick up a W, yeah. It's like the old days, Matt, when a closer threw 3 innings. It'll be Conforto, Ruben Tejada, and the pitcher's spot. Carlos Torres is warming in the pen, so Gil Martin will be pinch hit for. Fly ball center field. Altair says he has it. Puts it away for the first out. Now it's time now for our WB Mason deliveries of the game after the Phils scored 5 unanswered by the Mets.
Darnell presses the ball to right center. Long in his second home run of the series. He's going 2 right there. Then all of a sudden you get Cespedes coming up. Fastball at the bottom of the zone, or off-speed pitch. He drives it into the home bullpen. And then Johnson puts a pitch down the bottom of the zone, and he drives out the ballpark. 5 runs on 3 home runs. That is your WB Mason deliveries of the game.
Phillies are hoping they'll have 1 more delivery to finish this ball game off. Here's Tejada. Tejada is 0 for 3. This is outside. Does Giles. Line drive caught by the sliding Freddie Galvis. 2 outs.
Nice play. Good range. Sinking line drive. No update.
I was waiting for it. I thought it might be there. Sean Gil Martin, 2 for 4.
He's going to knock this series. Base hit to right field.
Looks like he means business. Got a little pine tar on the bat. He's ready to go.
Open stance.
He might be ready to go, but he may not be ready to go.
He's got 2 Uncle Charlies.
Yeah. Let's see if he throws Lord Charles here. Toyota Major League Scoreboard, it's gone final. In Washington, the Nationals hung on and defeated San Diego 4-2.
11 hits to 3.
They lost. Nationals lost Taylor in that ball game.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, he collided with the wall. Fastball called, strike 3. That will do it for the Mets here in the 10th inning. It's a career high 2 1/3 for Ken Giles. It's 2 1/3 scoreless. On to the bottom of the 10th. Peace Foundation invite you to the ultimate back-to-school read-along event taking place at Citizens Bank Park on Saturday, October 3rd. Join Ryan and Crystal Howard as they make their book series Little Rhino come alive during a pregame read-along event. Visit Phillies.com/readalong for more information. Ryan will be acting out the book. Crystal reads it.
Come on, Dominic.
So Gilmartin will face Andres Blanco. And then the pitcher's spot. Dominic Brown is out in the on-deck circle. And then Jeff Francoeur. Big curveball, 0-1. Wasn't going to swing at it because it wasn't a strike in his mind. Out to right field. Granderson heading back. And there's one away. So it will be Dominic Brown, not Ryan Howard. Phillies are down to Howard and Rupp on the bench.
I'm a Phillies fan and I love you. Good eye, good eye, good eye.
Thirteen pitches so far for Gilmartin, 12 strikes.
Dominic.
2-2.
Good eye, good eye, good eye.
Boy, that was a really good pitch.
Very good pitch, and it froze everybody because it's a changeup.
Yeah.
Very often you see a lefty throw a lefty changeup.
Maybe it was low in Alfonso Marquez's mind. Three and two to Dominic Brown. In the air to right field. If it stays fair, it's gone. The ball game will be over. It is foul. Just foul. You just prayed that it was far enough in fair territory that as it hooked, it would stay inside the pole or hit the pole.
I thought it might have had a chance to clip the pole.
That's what I thought at the end.
Do it again.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, and the pitch. Got it. Throwing a fastball. 3rd strikeout for Gilmartin. So Brown has struck out.
Elevated fastball, top of the zone. He wasn't going to make the mistake of hanging another pitch.
And Terry Collins is coming out. We're going to have a pitching change. Torres will come on to face Jeff Francoeur. Well, he does it again. An inning and 2/3 tonight. So here comes Torres. 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Cora back to the on-deck circle to get himself ready to face Carlos Torres. His 52nd ball game. He's 4-5, 3.83 ERA. So he takes over for Sean Gilmartin. Mets will head home after this game. They'll take on the Red Sox this weekend. Phillies remain home. They'll take on the Padres this weekend. And Matt will drive to New Brunswick. Pitch to Francoeur is a strike off the glove of d'Arnaud. Jeff has a hit tonight in 3 at-bats. He's driven in 2 runs. His RBI total is up to 41. In 257 at-bats. Back toward the middle, off the foot of Torres, knocked down by Murphy, flips to Torres in time! Oh, what a play! I don't think Murphy even knew if Torres was in the neighborhood, but he was. He just flipped it toward the bag, and then Torres took care of the rest. Well, there was a lot of activity for just 1 out. It goes 1-3-1. Side is retired here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Well, when things are going good, they're going good. Jeff Francoeur, he doesn't really want to congratulate him. Happened to finish off the bottom of the 10th was a remarkably good play all the way around. A little luck involved too, Matt.
Well, it was. I mean, the deflection off the pitcher, but the fact that it went to Murphy's right, making a nice stop, and then getting up and doing a blind flip.
Blind flip, yep.
And right here, he just flips it blindly. It's right on the money. He's like, get out of here.
Torres and Francoeur, that exchange as the inning came to a close was because of that push right there, that inadvertent push, the momentum of Francoeur carrying him into the body of Torres. So now we're at the 11th inning. And Curtis Granderson to lead it off against Elvis Araujo. Araujo 2-1 with a 3. He needs a new hat. 3.38 ERA. Upstairs 3-0. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire the opposition 1-2-3, Comcast is making a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. Ball 4, just walked him on 4 pitches. There's some pretty close pitches in that sequence. Here's Cespedes.
Still trying to figure out where the curveball was and the last pitch to the fastball.
Double play, baby, double play.
Blind spot. Open for another double play in this opportunity. Did he hurt himself or did he just fall? Uh-oh. He hurt himself. Araujo went down in a heap as he let that ball go. He is going to exit. I didn't see Matt. What?
Well,
maybe just the way he stepped or got his feet tied up.
If I was a guessing guy, I'd say groin.
Yeah. So Araujo is going to walk off with Scott Sheridan, the Phillies athletic trainer, and Luis Garcia, who's been throwing on and off for the last little bit, is going to come on to face Cespedes. Pitching change here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies and the Mets tied at 5. Say top of the 11th inning, runner at first base. We had an injury to Elvis Araujo, so Luis Garcia is warming up out on the mound. Now Luis was warming up about an inning ago, but he just threw in front of the hill and just now got back to the top of the mound. So this is going to be a little bit because he has as much time as he possibly needs to warm up with the injury to Araujo. Well, it's unfortunate for Elvis. We're not sure what the injury is, but he was in a lot of pain as he went down and then subsequently went off the field. He's had a solid year, a surprisingly strong year. And we saw him in spring training, thought he has a chance, but he's really put it together this season, too.
He has, and I like the fact that we saw him in spring training. He was 94, 95, all over the place. Now all of a sudden he backed off, 90, 91, 18 walks on the year, pound the strike zone, and hopefully not too serious of an injury.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the building pieces for the Phils as they go forward. Here's the pitch that we're talking about. Almost looked like it grabbed as soon as he put his foot down.
Yeah, I mean, you never like to speculate, but it almost looks like it was like a hip flexor or a groin area.
Mm-hmm. Well, he went off pretty quickly. So Garcia continues to warm up out on the mound. The Phils and the Mets tied up at 5. Phillies will welcome in the San Diego Padres for a weekend series after this before they hit the road to take on the Mets again and the Boston Red Sox. There's some interesting storylines that have sort of spun around in the National League. Today, the Dodgers hung on and beat the Reds 1-0 in their ball game. San Francisco, as well as they're playing, their fate is going to come down to the division, it looks like.
It does.
The way the Central is playing right now with Pittsburgh and Chicago. See, the win over the Cubs 9-1, but they're still, they're still back in the wild card, closer in the division. Those matchups as the season moves on are going to be huge. And then the matchups that we talked about between the Mets and the Nationals are going to be big as well.
They are. It's going to be interesting to see. A lot of people are saying that San Fran will take the Dodgers for the division titles.
Well, and from a Mets-National standpoint, the Nationals have announced that they've lined up their big three to face the Mets' big three the next time they face each other. There's a lot of criticism of the Nationals earlier when the Mets lined up their best pitchers, and the Nationals said, there's enough baseball to be played, we don't need to. And the Mets went on that run to take over the lead in the division. All right, so here's Cespedes. The count's 1 ball and no strikes to him. The batter belongs to Garcia, even though the first pitch out of the strike zone was thrown by Araujo. It's now 2-0. Outside, it's 3-0. Strike, 3-1.
Delay strike.
Yeah. Granderson with a real short lead. Nice play by Darren Ruff to pick that one. Ball 4. So it puts runners on first and second in the 11th inning. So back-to-back walks by Araujo and Garcia. And now Murphy's up. I think you got to be leery of the bunt here. But he is your 3-hole hitter. Cespedes is he's got a lot of equipment to take off. Bob McClure is going to go out. I mean, this is, one pitch after another out of the strike zone by Garcia. Matt, would you have Murphy bunt here?
Nope, I wouldn't. The only reason why is he's got the good numbers versus the Phillies, and his job is to pull the ball to right field to advance Granderson to third base. I just think if you're going to bunt in this situation, you're going to probably walk David Wright, and now you're going to get back into getting a base hit anyway. So.
Right.
Murphy's been swinging the bat well. He's got 2 hits to right field tonight. He's a pull hitter.
He's been on base the last 3 times he's been up. McClure heads off.
Murph, I believe in you.
Especially this is going to be probably a cookie pitch. good ball to hit.
Slider. Look at a reaction by Garcia. He doesn't say a whole lot.
I will say the umpires this series have been consistent of not calling the low strike.
That's a good point.
All of them.
That one's hit sharply to second. Should be two. There's one. Two. Over to third base goes Granderson. 4-6-3 double play. And David Wright is the batter.
It's a pretty good slider to hit. Murphy hits it right on the nose. Luckily it went right to Cesar at second base. It was 4-6-3 double play.
Phillies half of the 11th inning. It'll be Altair, Ruff, and Ruiz. He's just wild, or he's pitching around David Wright in this spot.
Wild. I don't think when you, maybe the first two pitches he was being very careful, but when you spike a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, you're wild. We saw the same thing versus Cespedes. Seems like he's getting around it a little bit, and everything he's throwing is cutting a little bit. Even his fastball. Comes another slider. Figure you throw it 3-0, you gotta throw a 3-1, don't you?
Have to.
So think backwards and throw a heater.
Yeah, for ball 4. Carlos is getting his money's worth in this inning alone.
It's a very good stop right here at 96-mile-an-hour fastball to the backhand side. I wouldn't even hold David Wright on at first base. Play it back, give him the stolen base to second base. Take that hole away there.
14 pitches for Luis. 10 have been out of the strike zone. 10 balls, 4 strikes. The inning began with back-to-back walks by Araujo and then Luis. And then after a double play, walked David Wright.
The only thing I could think of with Darren Ruff being with holding right at first base is they're going to throw through. But you're not going to throw through with Granderson at third base.
I think you're taking a chance if you do. I mean, unfortunately, Carlos has not had the strongest of arms this year.
Well, and plus, Hernandez and Galvis, neither one of them are moving towards second base after the pitch is thrown, which tells me they're staying put. But you still want the fact that maybe they want to have a force play at second base. I don't know. But the hole at first base for a pull hitter is too big.
Two balls, two strikes to Kelly Johnson.
Oh boy, hook me in, baby, go.
So there's the hole. Usually you want the first baseman back in here.
Got him. Threw him a slider, and he picks up a big strikeout to wrap up the top of the 11th inning. Well, 3 walks. He leaves a couple. Yeah, what's the big deal of a little drama? Johnson over top of that slider will go to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied up at 5. Eleventh inning, and now the bottom of the 11th inning begins with Aaron Altair against Carlos Torres. First pitch is fouled back. He had a good pitch to hit there. And it's 0-1. If you didn't think he had a good pitch to hit there, you can just listen to Matt Grunt. Ball, 1 strike. Wicked movement on that, 1-2.
Torres' slider is like 85, 86. Go top of it, 87 with the slider. But then he throws that little cutter at 91.
In the dirt, 2-2. Aaron Altair has 6 major league hits, 4 doubles, 2 home runs. 2 of those doubles have come here tonight.
So now you pick the right side look away because you don't want to get beat inside as a pitcher. You know, they're not going to pitch into your strength. His strength is straightaway left. That's where his power is. I'm not saying you can't hit the home run to right field. But if you're going to get beat in the 11th inning, you want to get beat opposite field. So go ahead and dive, and hopefully he hangs something out there and poke it to right.
Darno is set up to the outside part of the plate. Fouls it away again.
I think that's the problem with and I was the same way. I get in extra innings. Everyone tries to hit the home run.
Absolutely.
Everyone gets in that pull mode. You very seldom see a fastball inside or an off-speed pitch inside the pull.
Yeah, unless it's a mistake.
Yeah.
Darno again outside. Just a bit outside. It's a good eye. That was a ball. It's 3-2.
Just don't throw a cutter inside. It freezes you.
One away here in the 11th inning. Well, he threw a cutter toward the outside part of the page to the plate, and he just enough movement to get it off the end of the bat.
It's because you're in that pull mode again. Just watch how he just opens up a little bit with the hips.
Darren has homered tonight. Chopper over to shortstop. Torres got away with the pitch there.
Yeah, that's what you call a good hanger. It's high enough in the top of the zone where either you can get on top of it, if not, you're going to do that. This is the slider above the mask, just at the top of the zone.
Got it, baby.
Ruiz is 0 for 3. He's grounded out twice, and he struck out looking. Hit by a pitch earlier.
Carlos.
Flagged down by Torres, and the inning is over. Well, he's needed 13 pitches to get 4 outs. We'll move to the 12th inning here in Philadelphia. 12 hits for the Mets, 6 for the Phils. We're tied up at 5.
I'll take over time.
Yeah, we do have a little overtime here at Citizens Bank Park. We're going to the top of the 12th inning. It's a 5-5 ball game. back to the bullpen. Hector Neris will take over for Luis Garcia. Garcia is credited with 1 inning. Neris, 20th ball game. Now, he's had some issues in this series. Right back up on the horse. Last outing, last night, 2 runs, 3 hits in an inning of work. Game 1, an inning and a third, 4 runs on 3 hits. Well, it looked like the video board was trying to play matchmaker with somebody. Kiss cam was up. Travis d'Arnaud has homered tonight. He's 1 for 4. Inside, 1-0. Inside corner, 1-1. Mets are 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The Phillies are 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. One ball and 1 strike to Travis d'Arnaud. Outside, 2-1. And Carlos with a quick trip out to the mound.
Count. I love a full count.
Got him. So 1 away here in the 12th. And Conforto will bat.
Good 2-seam fastball, good movement. Right under the hands, tied him up.
Kind of in that mode you talked about, and d'Arnaud's not alone, but it looked like he was trying to give them the lead with that swing.
Yeah.
Conforto doubled earlier in this ball game. He is 1 for 5 for the Mets. Next year he'll be the everyday left fielder. They'll have a chance to put Lagares back out in center. Lagares, who won a Gold Glove last year, has been relegated to just facing left-handers as the season's moved on. It's part of the reason why they won't re-sign Cespedes is because of Conforto, and they gave Lagares an extension in spring training. To the right side, Cesar scoops it up on the grassy shallow right. 2 away. And here's Tejada.
I think we need to bring the commissioner back for the bottom of the 12th.
I was thinking the same thing. Phillies scored 5 runs when we had Commissioner Manfred in the booth. Back in the 3rd. Swing and a miss, 0-1. There's plenty more we could talk to him about.
I love it.
0-2. Galvis, Ashe, and Hernandez in the bottom of the 12th inning for the Phillies.
It's almost time for another stump question.
You can come up with one if you want.
I'm good.
Fly ball. Shallow right field. Darren Ruff says he has it, and the inning is over. Easy inning for Hector Neris. Well, that'll do a little good for his psyche. Nothing across for the Mets. Bottom of the 12th, Freddie Galvis will lead it off. Where Matt is taking shots of Rich, who's taking shots of the Phillies dugouts. Phillies and the Mets tied up at 5. The final game of this 4-game series, and there's Rich taking shots of Matt. Hector Neris was able to pitch a scoreless inning and now give the Phillies a chance against Carlos Torres. Torres is acting as the long man at this point for the Mets. Logan Verrett, he threw earlier. He was considered one of their long men. Sean Gilmartin the same. Gilmartin went an inning and 2/3. He was excellent again. So Galvis the batter. He'll take a breaking ball for strike one. It's 0-1. Outside.
Good eye.
Freddie 0 for 3 with a walk in tonight's ball game. First 3 innings, Phillies 4 hits, 5 runs. Since 2 hits. The double by Altair is the only extra base hit, and the single by Hernandez. Down the left field line. Conforto into foul territory, reaches in, and he makes the catch. 1 away.
Good concentration, getting to the corner, finding the fence, making a nice play. That's the key, is going to the fence quick. helps when your Mets fans get out of your way.
Yeah.
That Philly fan tried to help out.
He did. That young Mets fan, though, in the second row was reaching over the Phillies fan with the young guy with the cap, then pulled back. Cody Ashley takes outside, 1-0. Rod Nichols has handed the baseball to Justin DeFreitas to warm up in the bullpen.
Good eye, Cody. Take the next ball, Cody.
2-0.
It's okay.
That one's pulled toward the right side on one hop. It's taken by Murphy. The feed to Torres for the second out. So 2 away, and here is Cesar Hernandez. Cesar is 1 for 5 tonight. His one was a single in the 4th inning. Phillies offense has only picked up 2 hits since they scored the 5 in the 3rd. From a Mets standpoint, they've left some base runners since they scored the 3 runs to tie it in the 5th. In fact, they've left 8 since then. Breaking ball 0-1. All right, if you're Cesar, you know you've been struggling. 1 hit in his last 17 at bats. You got Blanco on deck. What are you looking for? Cut it in half here on the inside part, inner half.
Yeah, you could. I mean, Cesar, look for a cutter.
Back toward the middle, a base hit. Well, he got the cutter. And he took care of it, so he has 2 hits tonight. And here's Andres Blanco. Blanco has a 9-game hitting streak on the line in this game. You mentioned before the ball game, you sat down and chatted with him about what this has meant. He's loving the chance of getting opportunities to play more and more. What has stood out since spring training is the leadership that he provides to everybody. Let's see if he can lead us home. Now Cesar with 18 stolen bases on the year. He can run. His attempts have slowed up recently because he hasn't been on base as much. Ryan Howard has stepped out of the on-deck circle to pinch hit. Pitcher's spot is due up next.
Tom, question for you.
Yeah.
Two-part question. One, has there been a stolen base this series? And two, has there even been an attempt of a stolen base in this 4-game series?
Well, that's a good question. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner goes. There's your attempt. Into center field. Cesar on his way to third will get there. Stolen base, E2. Winning run is 90 feet away. So, Matt, yes, there has been a stolen base.
Did a pretty good jump. Fastball low and away. Not a very strong throw to second base.
That is the first stolen base of the series. And now the count 1-2 to Blanco. Cesar leads off third. He leery of a ball in the dirt. Chopper left side, scooped up by right. Runs halfway to first, and we will go to the 13th inning. 5-3 on the putout, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left in scoring position. We'll head to the 13th. The pitcher spot is due to lead it off when we get back. Earned runs, but since that time you got a bullpen that's thrown some scoreless baseball. Yes, there have been base runners, but they've been able to work out of those base runners. So 6 scoreless innings for the Phillies bullpen. Now we begin their 7th inning of work. Top of the 13th, and Torres will bat for the Mets. Everybody seems to be ready to go. A game that is now officially 4 hours old. Inside, it's 1-0. Two and 0. I'm with the kid behind home plate that just went, what? Three balls and no strikes. Torres does not have an official at bat here in 2015. He has one here. Grounds ball back up the middle. Galvis gets to it, slides, pops up, bobbles. And Torres is safe at first. They scored a hit. And Granderson's up.
This player would have been a bang-bang play. Torres got down the line very good. But on the exchange right there, just couldn't get a hold of it. A little bobble.
Quick throw over. Torres looking like a base runner there. Goes diving back. So Granderson 3 for 5 in this ball game. In there for strike. 0-1. That one's up the third base line, foul.
Drag him out.
Down the right field line. And foul.
Come on, baby. Get him.
Outside, 2-2.
Come on. Punch him over.
Off the foot of Granderson, so he's alive. Granderson grounds it foul. It's picked up by Darren Ruff. Phillies are 6-5 in extra inning games this year. Try to win their 7th, but they've got to get the Mets out here. Torres inches off first. And another foul ball. He's seen everything that Neris has. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he loops it into left field, a base hit. Torres around second. He'll stop there. The go-ahead runner is now in scoring position for the Mets. And for Granderson, that's 4 hits tonight. Cespedes is coming up. Dangerous man right here.
That was a very impressive at bat for Granderson. Found off some tough pitches.
You can see he was trying to do that, just make some contact.
Fillet to left.
Yep.
Get ready, bro.
In there for a strike. Cespedes back in the 5th inning.
Drives that one deep into the Phillies bullpen.
Outside, 1-1. One of the things that Rob Manfred talked about today, he didn't talk about it on the air with us, but I heard him earlier today talk about was players from Cuba, which Cespedes is, that with everything that's been happening over the last 6 months between the United States and Cuba, as that one is hit out toward right field. Francoeur is under it. Torres is tagging. Francoeur's got it. Torres will draw the throw, and Francoeur just lets it go. Torres has decided to go. We may have had an update to the Hyundai defensive play of the game.
Perfect technique, good exchange. On the line to third base.
It's a gift.
Brought to you by, oh wait.
Thank you.
So Murphy's the batter.
You got it, baby.
Anyway, let's just give a little synopsis of what Commissioner Manfred said. He said he hopes that in the very near future, Cuba is like every other Latin country, like the Dominican Republic, like Venezuela, where there's opportunities for all players to come and go as they please if they want to play Major League Baseball, and if they want to go back home, you can go back home. One ball, no strikes to Murphy. Murphy's 2 for 5 in the ball game. 1-1. Opposite way. That'll give the Mets the lead. The ball goes to the corner. Torres speeds home. Here comes Granderson. He's being waved home. The throw by Galvis. It hits the runner, goes back to the screen. Murphy to third. 7-5 New York.
Now, that's going to be an interesting call because that ball actually hit David Wright on the throw.
David was signaling where to slide.
And the ball hit him. But I wonder if Neris would have had an opportunity to catch this ball. No, he wouldn't have.
Yeah, it hit the bat and shot back to the screen.
Yeah.
So 7-5 Mets here in the top of the 13th.
I wasn't sure if there's a ruling if.
Yeah, he's in play.
He's in play.
Yeah. Now, it hit his bat. You know, it hits the body. I know it's okay. It hit the bat. I guess it's the same concept. But the bat did deflect it inadvertently.
Right.
So the infield is in. It's 7-5 New York.
Not ever yet.
In the dirt. One ball, no strikes.
Strong throw, tails away. Right there, it hits the bat of David Wright.
Not over yet.
Ground ball softly to the left of the mound. Neris bobbles, throws, gets by Ruff, and another run will score. 8-5 New York. Two errors charged to Neris. One to allow Wright to reach, one to allow Wright and Murphy to move up the base.
So the bobble right there, and then the wild throw to first base. See if he peeks a little bit when he tries to pick the ball up. No. The panic kicked in and he threw the ball wild. Whitey was actually calling him off. You can see.
Ooh, did that ball hit the foot of David Wright?
Yeah.
It's not reviewable. I wonder if that's what Pete McCann came out to ask. It's tough to tell, but it did look like it
changed direction.
So Wright's at second. 3 errors in this inning for the Phillies. 2 on that play alone. Here's Kelly Johnson with a runner at second base. One ball and 2 strikes as he fouls that back to the screen. Freitas has been throwing in that pen for the last couple of innings. Chopper right side. Wright will go to third. And there are 2 outs. And Travis d'Arnaud will be the batter. Harris at 42 pitches tonight, 25 last night. And d'Arnaud is hit by that pitch. And Conforto will be the batter. whether it hit him.
Yeah, the two-seamer, just kind of get underneath it. And getting a little tired. Getting underneath a lot of pitches.
You hit the ball here, you get 4 runs in 13.
8 runs on 15 hits for the Mets in this ball game. That'll add to their average over the last 6 games. And they get 16 hits. Another run. It's 9-5. They've just played this out of a save situation. Familia's been thrown in the pen. I would think he's still going to come in, although Torres hit in this inning, so he could stay and pitch. And Pete Maccannon's coming out. That's going to be it for Hector Neris. Justin DeFreitas has been warming up. He's going to come on. So another pitching change here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies tied at 5 when the inning began. They trail it by 4. It's 9-5 in favor of the Mets. And another hurler coming in. Justin DeFreitas will make the trot in from the bullpen. Him and for the Phillies. They've allowed 4 runs, or he's allowed 4 runs. And now Justin DeFreitas will come in. 55th ball game for DeFreitas. Conforto at first base, Darno at second base. Nine men have come to the plate in this inning for the Mets. All started with the infield hit for Torres, the pitcher. Outside on the first one from DeFreitas. 1 ball, no strikes. Fly ball center field. Altair is under it. He says he has it. And the inning is over. But the Mets score 4 runs in the top of the 13th to take the lead. It's an assortment of characters who have helped them score these 4. The rally begins with the pitcher. Other changes, as you see what the Mets pitchers have done tonight. East allowed 5 earned runs over 6 innings. The rest of the bullpen, then followed with some scoreless work, topped off by Gilmartin and Torres, who combined for 4 scoreless innings and just 48 pitches during that time. So while Familia is in on the mound, Juan Lagares is in center field, which has been the pattern for the Mets recently. And moving from center field to left field is Cespedes. Conforto's out. Lagares will bat 9th, as Ryan Howard will lead things off for the Phils. It'll be Howard and then Frank Core here in the home 13th. Well, Matt, opportunities were abundant for the New York Mets for most of this game, even after they scored the 5 runs. The Phils had limited opportunities, but still had a handful.
Yeah, and then they finally took advantage of a couple of errors. The leadoff single by Torres, the pitcher. And Freddie Galvis involved with the ball, even though it was a base hit. And then Murphy getting a big double down the left field line, which Freddie Galvis throw got away from him, and 3 more runs afterwards.
Heck of an at bat by Granderson. So Howard will lead it off. Howard 242, 21 home runs, 72 runs batted in. He'll be back in there tomorrow as a starter with Ian Kennedy on the mound. Takes high, 1 ball, no strikes. It'll be Aaron Nola and Ian Kennedy. 7:05 first pitch tomorrow night here at Citizens Bank Park. We'll be on the air at 7 o'clock on Comcast Sportsnet. Here's the 1-0 pitch coming to Howard. Pulls it toward first, backhanded by Murphy. And 1 away. This is a series the Phillies would like to forget. Murphy's going to need a new glove, or at least an adjustment to that one. Got to tighten those laces, Matt.
He also needs to get out of the way of a runner coming down to first base.
Yeah, he does need to do that. Frank Core on the night is 1 for 4 with a couple RBIs. Phillies had a 7-2 lead in game 1. Couldn't hold it. 5-0 lead tonight. Couldn't hold it. Fly ball down the right field line. Granderson runs in. Foul territory. Can't get to it. The count is either 1 ball, 1 strike.
I actually thought Murphy was going to have a chance to catch this ball, but he must have been called off early, just out of the reach of Granderson in right field.
I think when Granderson was coming in, even in fair territory, you kind of saw him say, I got it, I got it. Yeah. And it just kept on slicing. The wind isn't as much as it was earlier in the game. Think back to that Dominic Brown at bat when Dominic was a pinch hitter. That ball he hit down the right field line.
I got it.
Ball hit down the right field line that was just inches away from hitting the pole. Would have ended the ball game. The Phils would have won.
I can't argue that.
1-2 pitch. In the dirt, 2-2. pulled through the hole. Base hit for Francoeur. Voltaire has 2 doubles tonight, a run scored, an RBI. Off the end of the bat, Familia's got it. They go to second for 1. That's all they can get, so they're 2 outs. 1-6 on the putout. Fielder's choice. And Darren Ruff's coming up. No balls and 2 strikes to Darren Ruff. Swing and a miss, he got it. And the Mets have swept out the Phillies. They win tonight in extra innings by a final score of 9-5. And in doing so, the Mets maintain their lead in the division, 6.5 games over the Washington Nationals. It's their first 4-game sweep over the Phils since September of 2002. 4 hours and 42 minutes. Daniel Murphy is our Chevrolet player of the game. 3 for 6, a double, 2 RBIs, and a run scored. It was his double that helped the Mets score 4 runs in their half of the 13th inning. So, Mets have swept out the Phils. The Phils now wait the San Diego Padres. We'll be back to wrap this one up right after this.